a very fruitful workshop, and give the floor, I think, directly to Laura, unless, Christian, you want to have it first. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Luca. And please, Laura, do welcome the participants as one of the 3 co-hosts.
Thank you. Thank you, Luca. And thank you, Christian, dear colleagues, dear friends. I am extremely pleased to open today's meeting and wish to sincerely thank the European Commission and the G20 Indonesian presidency for fostering this valuable initiative as a contribution to the implementation of the roadmap 2021-2023 adopted last November at the G20 Resource Efficiency Dialogue. Thank you very much. Luca pointed out many key factors of this circular fashion workshop and circular fashion and textile industry. Textile industry is an important asset for the global economy, as harmful for the environment, reducing the environmental and climate pressures and impacts from textile production and consumption, while maintaining economic and social benefits, will need a systemic change towards circularity and circular economy, and the G20 should lead this shift. Italy is fully engaged in concrete action to make fashion more circular at international and national level. During the last G20 Italian presidency on June 7, 2021, we hosted together with the European Union and in the framework of the G20 Resource Efficiency Dialogue an online workshop on circular fashion in order to inform the G20 discussion on making economies more resource efficient and circular. The workshop and the discussion identified the opportunities for a faster transition toward a circular fashion industry and discussed the national and international actions which would enable the global fashion industry to make the change. Speakers from the fashion sector from around the world swapped the perspective with some of the international organizations working with the industry on circular business models. They already use or are developing business model towards circular economy and the benefits they bring for economic growth, climate change, biodiversity and social aspect by maintaining the value of products and materials rather than seeing them too quickly wasted. Luca point out some data on this fashion industry. An annual turnover of more than 2 trillion euros with 60 million employees, 4%, more than 4% of global greenhouse gas emissions. And these numbers are quickly rising. Some 40% of the greenhouse gas emissions stem from raw materials. Clothing production has doubled in the last 15 years, and the number of times a garment is worn before being thrown away has decreased by 36%. The workshop aired how the COVID-19 pandemic had a strong negative economic and social effects on the industry and has increased the need to transition to a more sustainable and circular fashion industry. The United Nations Environmental Programme point to the essential connection between consumption choices and the impacts of production and waste, including negative social impact with the industry's choice of business model as the intermediary. Value chains will need to transition together towards circularity, and this requires cooperation. Opportunities for implementing circular solutions along the fashion value chain were presented during this workshop. Brands, suppliers, and of first-use solution providers elaborated on how they can deliver circular fashion, including by using more sustainable and durable materials, implementing eco-design, and promoting customer awareness. At national level, from January of this year, the obligation to separate textile waste collection came into force in Italy. To make this happen, the National Recovery and Resilience Plan provides for investment in projects to promote the circular economy in the field of separate collection of electronic, plastic, textile waste, and foresees investment for 600 million euros for circular economy flagship projects addressing textile sector. In order to create new infrastructures and new plants for the collection of pre-consumer and post-consumer waste textile fractions, modernization of plant engineering and construction, new recycling plants of the textile fraction in order to recover material in a systemic perspective, in order to create the so-called, what we called together with the friends of the European Commission, the textile hubs. Increasing the amounts of differentiated and recycled textile waste is certainly an urgency in Italy. According to the data by our National Environmental Agency, in 2020, less than 1% of the total sorted waste is made from textile waste. And in 2019, textile made up 5.7% of unsorted waste going to landfilling or incinerators. In volume, we are talking about 663,000 tons per year. Recycling must remain an important part of the systemic approach that we need to foster, and we strongly believe that cooperation and coordination and partnership between public and private stakeholders will enable us to obtain the best results. Today, more than ever, and Italy remains committed in focusing the G20 debate around concrete action and implementation measures. I wish to you all a good work and see you soon. Bye.
Thank you very much indeed, Laura and Luca, for those two introductory statements. I very much appreciate the focus on action and action through public partnerships and G20 in those statements. Our third co-host is now unable to join us from Indonesia, but has sent a video for us to play to the participants to set out the position of Kadin. So if I could ask for the video to be played, that's from Shinta Kamdani, who is the chair of the B20 Summit and also a vice chairwoman of the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Thank you very much. Let it roll.
Good afternoon, Ms. Astrid Schomaker, Director of European Commission. Ms. Laura De April, Director, Ministry of Ecological Transition, Italy. All panelists and participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening to you all, and a warm welcome to the Circular Fashion and Circular Design of Product Workshop hosted by the EU and the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry in cooperation with Indonesia G20 presidency. Currently, we are buying more clothes than ever. The average consumer now buys 60% more clothing than they did 15 years ago. Globally, around 56 million tons of clothing are purchased each year, and this is expected to leap to 93 million tons by 2030 and 160 million tons by 2050. An estimated 92 million tons of textile waste is created each year, and equivalent to a rubbish truck full of clothes end up in landfill sites every second. By 2030, we are expected as a whole to be discarding more than 134 million tons of textile a year. Globally, just 12% of the material used for clothing end up being recycled. If we compare that to paper, glass, and plastic bottles, which have recycling rates of 66%, 27% and 29% respectively in the US, and it is clear clothing still lags behind. The textile sectors play an important role in the Indonesian economy. According to the Ministry of Industry, Indonesia has 323 garment companies, making Indonesia one of the largest textile producing countries and the largest textile and apparel exporter in the world. This sector also contributes 6.93% to GDP from the non-oil and gas processing industry sector. From the data above, it is undeniable that the textile and garment industry is a huge opportunity for economic development and social progress in Indonesia. The decline of this sector due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has provided very valuable lesson for building a more resilient Indonesian textile industry by paying attention to the principle of sustainability. Sustainable fashion needs to be a movement that we echo so that fashion products and systems, including the textile industry, can provide positive value to the environment and socially, and are responsible for the entire value chain, in addition to obtaining optimal economic value. It is very clear that the practice of sustainable fashion, especially a sustainable textile industry, can also fulfill several objectives in the Sustainable Development Goals. Among them are alleviating poverty, improving health quality, gender equality, availability of clean water, decent work and economic development, increasing equity, responsible consumption and production, reducing the impact of climate change, and ensuring the life of aquatic and terrestrial biota, and cooperating to achieving of development goals. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, circularity is a very ideal business model and even a necessity in the future to perceive the only planet Earth, our common home. If we continue with a linear business model, namely the make, use, dispose model, it is stated that we need two planets, and that is of course impossible. What we can do is a transition to a circular business model characterized by the 5 R's: reduce, recycle, reuse, refurbish, and renew. In the practice of circular economy, waste is kept to a bare minimum. When a product reaches the end of its useful life, initiative and processes on materials are taken effectively to create further value. This is what distinguishes the circular economy from the traditional linear economy, which is based on take, make, waste pattern. A study published in 2021 by Bappenas also released the result of study in the potential economic, social, and environmental benefit of implementing a circular economy in Indonesia, which was reported to be very promising. For example, in the textile sector, the implementation of a circular economy is reported to help create an economic impact of 24 trillion rupiah, 200,000 jobs, reduce CO2 emission by 16 million tons, and save water by 1.3 billion cubic meters by 2030. However, the transition to a circular business is certainly still a challenge that must be faced through, although at the same time, it can also be an opportunity for the business sector. At the global level, the implementation of the circular business model is still low, not even reaching 9% of the global economy. Ladies and gentlemen, implementing circularity in the fashion industry means designing circular products from the early stage of the value chain, which means from fiber as the raw materials to printing and finishing. It has to be prepared for multiple life cycles. It can be designed for its maintainability, repairability, collaborative consumption, physical durability, adaptability, and flexibility. The key principles of circular fashion are design, source, and collaboration. By design, all fashion products should be made to be biodegradable, recyclable, or combination. Source means the manufacturers should strive to source and produce locally, thereby benefiting the local community in an environmentally and socially responsible manner. Finally, by collaborating, the brands, the manufacturers, and the consumers should cooperate to reduce waste whenever possible. I'm going into that direction. We are going to change. It needs a lot of support. What can we do to support these changes? Although it can save costs in the future, it needs funding while it is transforming as well. Therefore, policy framework and financing support is needed. A policy framework where legislative and policy initiatives incentivize and appropriately support the fashion industry to become circular and thus more sustainable is important. Therefore, awareness of policymakers and ensuring policy developments that support the industry sustainability efforts and positioning the evidence in the circularity agenda of the fashion industry is crucial, as well as to have policy discussions. Besides policy framework, the financing support is crucially needed to promoting design of products for circularity. Financing circular economy project is not an attractive investment for investors, and both businesses and the financial sector have difficult barriers. The main challenge is the perception and assessment of risks. The European Union has provided several funding programs in order to support the transition to a circular economy. And I think it is important to identify what we can learn or scale up from the impact that have been created from the programs, especially in how to enable increased financial rewards for manufacturers of textile. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the workshop that we have today is very appropriate in terms of timing and is also strategic to encourage circularity in the textile and fashion industry. From the workshop today, hopefully, we can explore public-private cooperation to identify solutions to enable increased financial rewards for manufacturers of textile and fashion items for improved sustainability and circularity of their products in response to changing markets, and inform policymakers, including G20 policymakers, of areas of potential future public-private cooperation to explore barriers and solutions to circular fashion more deeply, and to provide insight into the role of our government acting together or separately. We sincerely hope that the result of our discussion today can be followed up and encourage concrete collaborative action in the future. Finally, thank you to all the parties who supported the implementation of this workshop, as well as the resource persons and participants who actively in contributing their thoughts. Let us all work together to ensure an equitable and sustainable future for all. Thank you.
Well, if you haven't realized the significance of what we're talking about today, and I don't think you ever will, thanks to all those three introductory speakers who have very clearly set out both the scale and significance of the textile sector and the scale of the transition and direction of the transition, which post the pandemic we'll find that the sector will be moving in. It's also pretty clear that we've been set a challenge to try to think over what should be done. All speakers have pointed to the need for ongoing collaboration public-private partnership through value chains, information being passed to policymakers about the appropriate policy action, which both nationally and internationally could be taken. I think that's the challenge which we'll be debating over the course of the day. There are already a lot of facts and a lot of issues on the table for you. We'll be breaking down the debate into manageable sections and giving some more stimulus later. The next part of setting the scene, I would like to look at the economic conditions and the economic trends that are facing the industry globally, particularly in relation to the transition to circularity. And for this, I'm particularly glad that we'll get hear from Carl-Hendrik Magnus, a senior partner at McKinsey, who has been working in this field for several years, and in collaboration with his colleagues, will be able to give us some greater insight into the challenges and trends facing both the industry and us as interested stakeholders. Pass over to you now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christian. I hope I can be heard well. If not, please drop me a quick comment on the chat. Thank you very much for hosting me. What I would love to do in the next 10 minutes or so, if we could directly jump to the first slide, is give a quick overview on what's in our view as advisors to many players in this industry, what's happening and what's actually driving circularity and transparency as we see it. Maybe a quick background. We as McKinsey, we work with brands, suppliers, startups in the space. So pretty much along the value chain. And we're probably usually a good seismograph of what's happening, meaning consultants are usually asked to support where companies and organizations want to transform, while the whole theme around circularity and transparency in the fashion industry was something we were curious about a couple of years ago. It has been a core area of our work over the last year or so, which shows also the relevance for the manufacturers and brands to take the transformation very serious, and frankly also to invest in companies like us to be their thought partners. So again, just showing that we are a bit of a seismograph and maybe an indicator of the change that's currently happening. Briefly going through three topics. One, the regulatory changes, but really briefly, I know after me, succeeding me is a much more competent speaker on that than I am. Secondly, on what's happening on the brand side, as ultimately those that need to lead the change through their commitments. Thirdly, what do we see on the consumer side towards sustainability, circularity, and transparency? And lastly, a quick outlook on recycling. And I'm also happy to, in the end, briefly comment on the current economic climate and how that's impacting this, because of course, we're not always able to update these views daily, but I think right now in the last weeks or so, a lot of views are being affected by what's happening with purchase power, etc. Jumping into the first topic, and of course, the whole drive of the industry towards circularity and transparency is very much impacted by the regulator. If you could move to page 3, please. A quick overview, and I think if we speak to industry executives across the globe, they're largely looking at Europe as the focal point and the leading point of where the regulation is currently most clear and leading, but also increasingly a bit to what's happening in the New York State as an indicator for the rest of the US. You will speak about this much more in the next session, but of course the EU strategy for sustainable textiles has been a very pivotal point for all brands, for all manufacturers, closely seeing this as a guideline for where the industry is heading. A lot of unclarity still in this, but I think the EU did a great step in putting out the themes that they want to now make more concrete over the years to come. Just taking one example, the sustainable claims strategy of basically defining what will be kind of allowed to be claimed sustainable, which types of recycling, which type of fibers is a heavily discussed theme. It's great that the regulator will step in here and put clarity to this, and this will very, very much impact the strategies and commitments of the industry players that we are working with. So they're eagerly looking towards this. And not maybe beyond what's currently on the table in Outlook, we also, I think in the pre-discussion and the introduction, that was already mentioned, the need to focus on recycling and textile recycling. We expect a further focus on supporting the scale up of fiber to fiber recycling infrastructures through EPR or PRO schemes and systems, and through basically bridge financing to make sure that the recycling technology scales and then reaches the economics of virgin production will happen and will need to happen. Otherwise, this industry will not scale as it needs to. But very, very briefly, only the regulation is driving a lot of the change, much more so than the consumer, but more clarity to come. What's the resulting effects on the brands? If we go to page 4, I think by now all players and all brands and retailers in this industry have realized it's not anymore about an if to change to more circular and sustainable practices, but it's a must do, and it's mainly a question around how fast and how ambitious. Why is that the case? I think there is two, if we oversimplify, there's two large groups. There is the mass market and value players who are facing massive scrutiny on the overall business model that is largely based on newness and a high shopping frequency of at least partially quite unsustainable products today. Here is a focal point of the regulation that we see. They are at the same time being hit by sourcing cost inflation that will need to make them innovative, how to make the sustainability transformation cost-wise doable and affordable at the same time. And they're massively hit by the current supply chain uncertainties. On the luxury side of the market, or premium and luxury side, it's slightly different. Yes, of course, regulation will also come in, but here we also have a much more woke, much more conscious consumer that is already starting to change purchase behavior. And here it's much more around making sure that we are in line with the values and expectations of the consumers directly, and not only indirectly via complying to regulation, to remain a successful player in this market. If we go on, please, to the next slide. This has translated into, and this is a busy slide, you don't need to look at all the data, but the summary is most of the players in the market have started setting quite ambitious targets. This is a quick overview, just as one example of target setting around the material types, and by when, what share of material type will be replaced to either a more sustainable or a recycled alternative. So just how to read this as an example, Adidas has committed to replace 100% of the virgin polyester to recycled polyester by 2025. A quite ambitious target that's in here. And we see more and more brands committing to these targets. We are also working with many of them to either set targets or to set up the supply chain to deliver against this. It's fair to say that not all of the brands on this page know how to actually reach their target. Some have very, very granular plans in place. Some don't. Some feel by the peer pressure to and urged to actually commit, but don't have a full plan in place yet. If we move on to page 6, please. This largely reflects and also in scope 3 emission reduction targets, which are, if we kind of oversimplify in the industry, largely currently geared to 2030. Quite some of them are thinking about whether to put more intermediate targets in place. Of course, the majority of the focus here has to be placed on scope 3. Roughly 70% of all emissions of this industry are created in the upstream processes, fiber, fabric, garment production. So this is where the focus needs to be. The lower part is the relatively more easy part, as we all know. we expect more brands to come into this 2030 columns, and some to actually dare to put some intermediate targets out in the coming years. If we please move on to page 7. And moving beyond targets to also transparency, all of the players in the industry, of course, feel the need to increase their level of transparency. This is now a statistics using from the Fashion Revolution Transparency Index, which is survey-based, so not kind of actual transparency, but based on what surveying companies, what they disclose. Starting from the top, where you roughly see 11% disclosing raw material suppliers and going into tier 2 and 3. Higher, of course, in the processing facilities and, of course, in tier 1. You see the trend, but you also see that the level of no disclosure is still significant, largely driven by simply not being able, given technology, given a type of supplier relationships, to comply to what they understand as being important. I would say it's probably fair to say that most, or at least a good part of those that aren't disclosing, are somehow working on this, but have not yet felt the ability to actually comply or to move beyond compliance into not yet required schemes of transparency. We see a lot of tech and data challenges in this. A couple of very, very important startups are Trust-Trace, Made2Flow, etc., are running with the brands to change this. But it is really a gap in the data and technology side to allow this at scale. If we move on, this was a snapshot on the brands. Sorry, the last one on the brands. If we look at the CPO, so the Chief Purchasing Officers, which have an extremely important role to play as they are basically owning the supplier relationships. Where do they stand in this? This is a survey we do regularly, and if we just go through the 3 themes, all of them are embracing the shift to sustainable materials. 50%, they say 50% of products at least sourced via sustainable materials in the future. They all embrace the shift to transparency and traceable. This was kind of 1.5 years ago. 80% of the CPOs said that they have projects in place to step up the transparency by 2025. So it's on the top of the agenda for all of the purchasing officers. And lastly, and I very much hope so, having been a child of this industry, that the transactional relationships of the past between brands and suppliers are finally coming to an end. I think by now all major CPOs have realized that the shift towards circularity, sustainability, and transparency is not feasible under a transactional supplier scheme, and much more strategic partnerships are needed. So that's a quick run over of what's happening on the brand side. If we then move on to page 9, please, on looking at the consumer. Of course, there are leading consumers, and here we're taking the California and the UK consumer just to show how they are leading the pack, where 40% of the consumers are actively looking to expand item life times. Of course, that is the most direct impact measure, rather than purchasing in a sustainable way, wearing and keeping what is in the wardrobe for longer. Up to 71% even are starting to actively look for recycled materials. And organic cotton is also becoming, here in the example of the UK, a mainstream search criteria. So if we just look at the woke consumer, a material shift, and this is not 5-10% niche segments, but mass segments in the leading geographies are embracing this change. If we please move on, page 10. This is also combined with a willingness to pay. I'll put a caveat into that in a second, where you clearly see that, at least in stated behavior, consumers are stating that for organic cotton and recycled materials, the willingness to pay is there. And it's quite substantially there. And this at a time where currently the industry is not finding it possible to really yet charge a green premium. At scale, we don't see real premiums on that, what you see on the right side of the slide, being paid between organic and non-organic or recycled and non-recycled alternatives. So right now we largely have price parity, but at least in stated behavior, we have a willingness to pay. If you now were not having me, but a brand officer of one of the leading fashion brands on here, they would basically tell you the story that it's actually very hard. While the stated behavior is around, there's a huge gap between stated behavior and the actual lived behavior. So any attempts to realize green premiums currently don't really work. We expect that kind of this is an orthodoxy that needs to be changed. We see brands like Patagonia, Allbirds, that are able to build premium and desired brand propositions on the back of sustainability. So there will be a shift towards directly linking desirability and brand heat to circular credentials. But right now we have a divide between the stated willingness to pay of the consumer and the actual what we see at the e-com checkout or in the shop of what's being realized. Last thing on the consumer, if we go to page 11, please. This is looking at the different age cohorts on the left side, where you clearly see that this shift is being led by the millennials. And Gen Z even below that, but the purchase power of that of the millennials is still higher. But the millennials are clearly, and not on a small scale, but in a very different scale, driving this shift towards seeking sustainable and circular products, as well as that willingness to pay. So as the generations of consumers are shifting, this is being driven by the younger cohorts of consumers coming in. Last topic to briefly cover on what we see as the fourth big trend is a shift towards a more recycled industry. If we move to the next page, please. This is a report we as McKinsey will publish this Thursday with a focus on the European textile to textile recycling industry, where currently only under 1% of fibers is fully recycled in a fiber to fiber way. We believe the industry has to start taking much more focus on their own waste and creating value out of their own waste. We currently at a collection rate, which is a gray bar, of roughly 30% on average across Europe. And we expect that in a base scenario to drive up to 50, in an upside say as a case even up to 80% by 2030. And what's then most important is the dark blue on the bottom. Given that both chemical and mechanical recycling technologies are theoretically ready to scale, but needs investment and the supporting mechanisms, we expect that this industry can move towards recycling 18 to 26% of the textiles, which is another big shift for the entire industry. So it's not only coming from the regulator or the consumer. There is a technological readiness, whether it's monomer or polymer based on the chemical side, that is now there. It's a bit like some digital technologies 15, 20 years ago, which were ready, but they needed to scale. We are now seeing that on the recycling side. So if we move forward, please, to page 13, we expect that a significant set of infrastructure projects will start and need to start. We're involved in some of them. This is just an example of the EU, where we expect that between 150 and 250 facilities, somewhere between collection, sorting, and recycling, will need to be scaled. And part of them are in the at least early days of financing and business case planning. To really drive up a onshore recycling industry in Europe, which will then have waves, of course, across the globe, leading the way for the US to drive similar, as well as with impact on the sourcing countries, of course, in Asia and in other nearshore geographies. This, however, is also needed because if we then go to the last page, page 14, we expect a significant gap between, could you please move to the last page, page 14? we expect a significant gap between what will be demanded as recycled fibers as well as what will be available for supply. So on the left side, you see our current best guess of where the estimated supply for recycled fibers for Europe will come out with roughly 1.5 million tons. And the black would be the current demand based on brand commitments, based on where the consumer is looking. So we do see a significant gap between the ability of this industry to supply the amount of recycled fiber, given the feedstock issue, given the complexity of sorting and pre-processing. And this is an area now closing the loop back to the regulator, where I started off with, where we would suggest and also expect the regulator to put increasing focus on. Maybe let me pause there and take any questions. We can move to the last page, maybe as a background for the questions. And Christian or others, please jump in with any questions.
Thank you very much indeed. That's extremely illuminating. What I took away from that, in the way that you neatly summarized it, is that there really are 4 or 5 areas of profound change which are happening at the same time. Regulatory change, change in consumer demand, change in the commitments that brands and retailers feel they need to make, and then change in the technological possibilities, both for transparency, tracking and tracing, and for recycling. And then on top of that, it sounds like partly thanks to the pandemic, there is a massive change in the way that value chain relationships in the sector are being reformed with a much more collaborative and less transactional approach, which, although done to promote resilience, also facilitates the kind of shift towards circularity, which you've been talking about. I'll just check the questions for any chats. We're a little bit behind, sorry, check the chat for any questions. We're a little bit behind time, and it's very clear that we've got lots to talk about. So if I can suggest that anyone puts any questions directly in the chat or comes to you bilaterally or reads the reports you've pointed to for any detail, we'll be able to move
if I could take you up on one last comment that you just made in the current economic crisis. I think the pandemic has made a huge shift in consumers' minds and awareness. However, what we currently see with a dual shock on the supply side and on the demand side, especially now sitting here in Europe and in Germany with a looming gas crisis and energy price crisis. So there is also some pressure on this, where a lot of brands right now and retailers are thinking, how can we afford the continuation of our direly needed sustainability transformation? So there is an increasing discussion around affordability, which is, I think we just need to be aware of. While the pandemic has done a certain acceleration of this, the current crisis is putting some brakes on in some places. That I think it's up to the executives to take a through cycle perspective. It's up to the regulator to ensure that the slowdown is not happening fully. But it is an issue, us as sustainability convicted here, that we need to be aware of, that the affordability discussion is very top of mind to many players in the industry.
Thank you. That's a very helpful clarification.
Can I ask a question, Christian?
I would prefer, and it's very kind of you, but I prefer to move on to the next speakers, as we're now running about 15 to 20 minutes behind. There will be plenty of time for debate on the issues which have been raised up. Maybe not for all 150 of us to debate, but at least to flag up the important issues which are there to be discussed and to hear from some voices.
Thank you.
So I've noted your interest to talk, and thank you for the questions which have now come into the chat. So one of the areas which you've mentioned, Hendrik, as the most important for driving change is regulation. And we now have one, but indeed 2 speakers who are going to be able to give us some more detail on that. One of the leading sets of policy proposals for change in legislation in this area is from the EU. And if I can now call upon Maria Rincon-Livana from the European Commission. She is the lead policy officer for circular textiles, and coming off the back of a quite comprehensive set of policy measures announced in March this year, from the European Commission. Please, could we have some insight over the next 20 minutes into what is being proposed? And then if you could put your questions in the chat, we'll have 5 minutes at the end, if possible, to be able to put some of those questions of clarification to Maria. And the last bit of advice for those not familiar with WebEx, if you would like to see the slides in greater format, there's a layout button which comes up on the top right of your screen. And under that, you've got the options and how you look at the layout of the screens popping up, and can also move to full screen view, which will increase the size of the slides. So thank you very much, Carl-Hendrik, and over to you, Maria.
Hello. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share what we are doing at EU level on sustainability and circularity of textiles. I'm very glad to see that my presentation fits perfectly the presentation of Carl-Hendrik and the introductory remarks, because we see on one hand why we need to act, but also we see where are the hotspots for action. And the strategy for sustainable textile has been introduced in this workshop as a study case for market change. So what I will do with my presentation is try to explain what is the content of this strategy and what are the hotspots that we have identified where action is required in order to ensure the transformative agenda in this sector. So if we move to the next slide. I am sure you are all familiar, because as it has been reminded earlier today, you come from another workshop a year ago, more or less. Textile were identified in the European Green Deal as a sector with a high resource intensity, but also in the Circular Economy Action Plan as one of the key value chains in order to ensure a systemic transformation where we could see the application of the Sustainable Product Policy Framework, so making sustainable product the norm, empowering consumers and public buyers, and ensuring sustainable production processes, where we could see this framework as unleashing a series of changes in order to reduce environmental and social impacts. If we move to the next slide. I don't need to stop and elaborate further on this slide. It has been commented by previous speakers, is why we need to act. Well, different sources give different data, but all of them are relevant. What you have in this slide is the recent report of the European Environmental Agency that places European consumption of textiles as the fourth highest impact category in terms of the environment and climate change, followed or after food, housing, and mobility. But it's not only of the impacts at the beginning of the life cycle on consumption. It's also that we are not doing the most of the textile waste that is generated, and we are not responding to latest and recent trends that tell us that 9 out of 10 Europeans think that clothing should be made to last and should be more sustainable. And this presents a picture that is quite negative, but as it has been mentioned already, we should not forget that the textile sector in the European Union and globally has an important role. And so it's important that we approach the transformation towards sustainability and circularity, keeping in mind the idea of resilience, and as well the idea of boosting attractiveness, creativity, and innovation in the sector. If we move to the next slide, please. With this in mind, on one hand, trying to address the environmental and social impacts, but on the other, keeping up with the resilience and competitiveness on the sector, is that the European Commission presented in March 2022 the EU strategy for sustainable and circular textiles. This strategy, it's a policy framework. It means that it is a comprehensive policy document where we announce and identify actions that are to impact the textile sector in the coming years. And we bring together different strands of work for ensuring certainty and clarity for the different stakeholders involved in the sector: market operators, businesses, public authorities, but of course, consumers and citizens. And it's important to mention that the strategy, the first thing that it does is to lay out the vision for 2030. And the vision for 2030 is simply where we want the textile sector to be, starting with design and production. And then the strategy calls for all textile products placed on the EU market to be durable, reparable, and recyclable, to a great extent made of recycled fibers, free of hazardous substances, and produced respecting social rights. And this is a key component to accomplish the following step in the vision, that is making fast fashion out of fashion. Because in not only that consumer will benefit from longer and high quality textile, is that they are also going to find profitable reuse and repair services that are widely available. But it is not a question of only acting on demand side or on production side, but we also need to continue working to manage the increase of textile waste that is produced. And what the strategy is proposing is that we look into schemes that place the responsibility into producers for the impacts of the products along the value chain, what is known as a standard producer responsibility, and that we also accompany the efforts of industry and businesses to deploy new recycling technologies and new recycling infrastructure to reduce to the minimum incineration and landfill of textiles, and reduce to the minimum, when not possible, downcycling of textiles. As you can see in this slide, the ambition is high. And what the strategy proposes is a set of actions that I will explain in a second, and identifies as well a series of accompanying measures to facilitate the uptake of these changes by industry and by stakeholders, and also identifies the need to cooperate together in order to facilitate these transitions, taking into account the global dimension of the value chain. If we move to the next slide, please. I will not stop much on this slide. It's just a listing of the different actions that are identified in the strategy, starting with design, following as well with consumer perception and consumer rights, and then focusing as well on the end of life of textiles. But if we move to the next slide, we will go into more details on this different set of actions, starting with really the flagship of the circular economy package that was adopted in March 2022, and the flagship of these strategies, that is eco-design and other structural aspects. It has been mentioned in the previous presentation that there was a willingness of consumers to use the piece of clothing for longer. It has been mentioned as well in the introductory remarks that one of the things we need to ensure is that the value of materials, the value of textiles, it's kept in the economy for as long as possible. And in order to achieve this, what the European Commission is proposing is to set binding performance eco-design requirements that would allow for textiles that are more durable, reusable, and repairable, textiles that are designed as well to ensure fiber-to-fiber recyclability, and to the extent possible incorporate mandatory recycled fiber content. And we as well, with these eco-design requirements, help out to minimize and track the presence of substances of concern. In link to this eco-design and structural aspect, the European Commission is also suggesting the possibility to introduce mandatory criteria for green public procurement. This means that public authorities have a key role in order to facilitate these transformations. On one hand, reducing the environmental impact of the institution, but on the other, also boosting local and regional markets for sustainable goods and services. In the context of this big chunk of actions linked with eco-design, the European Commission is also proposing the possibility to ask manufacturers the obligation or to publicly disclose the number of products that they discard or destroyed. And then the possibility of introducing the ban of this practice once it's proven after the relevant assessment that is the best option. With eco-design, we can also tackle the microplastic release of textiles. As you know, one of the sources of the unintentional release of microplastic into the environment, around 30%, 35% of the microplastics found in the environment can be traced back to this source. And then via eco-design requirements, we can also set information requirements and help to build up the digital product passport. If we move to the next slide, I will explain how to achieve all these elements. And this is very much linked to the Eco-Design for Sustainable Product Regulation proposal that the Commission has just presented to the Council and the Parliament for negotiation. As you might know already, and I might know that I'm getting into technical details, but I think it's important that we keep in mind that what we are proposing is a framework legislation that will work very similarly as the Eco-Design Directive for energy-related product works today. You all know the Eco-Design Directive applies to energy-related products. The idea is with the Eco-Design for Sustainable Product Regulation proposal is to expand the scope to go beyond energy-related products. Then the ones adopted by the Council and the Parliament, the Co-Design for Sustainable Product Regulation will work as a framework legislation that will be regularly updated by working plans that will set out priorities and product categories to be addressed. And it's here where we see the potential for addressing also textiles. The strategy announces that after the conclusion of the negotiations with the Parliament and the Council, and once the Co-Design for Sustainable Product Regulation enters into forces, textile would be one of the product categories to be first covered by this regulation, and we will do that by acting on product-specific measures. And this will work by launching the necessary preparatory studies and the co-design and subjects, sharing this proposal with the relevant forums, and then preparing the impact assessment to finally have an eco-design measure covering textiles, the scope of which is still to be determined. And the final result would be that to have market asset requirements looking into several aspects on performance, as mentioned, durability, recyclability, and recycled content. If we move to the next slide. But it's not only eco-design requirements, it's also engaging with consumers. And that's why textile are covered as well by two horizontal measures, one of them already presented by the European Commission, that would look into empowering consumers, into providing them with information on the point of sale about the commercial guarantee of durability, and as well information really relevant to repair, and then on the other hand as well to ensure that the environmental claims, very general, like green, eco-friendly, or good for the environment, are only allowed if underpinned by recognized excellence in environmental performance. Later this year, we will have as well an initiative setting minimum criteria for all types of environmental claims, which will include as well textiles. And the idea of these two initiatives is to really create a scenario for consumers where they have access to accurate and harmonized information about the environmental impacts of the products, the textile product they are purchasing, looking at the whole life cycle assessment. If we move to the next, I know that we are running short in time, so I'll try to speed up a little bit. The next slide introduces the actions of the strategy related on addressing the generation of waste, and it was mentioned by the representative of Italy on the upcoming obligation to establish separate collection of textile by 2025. And then the strategy announces the work of the European Commission to harmonize the EU standard production responsibility rules for textiles with the co-modulation of fees. And this will allow not only to better manage the end of life of waste and then of textile waste, and also to facilitate the separate collection, but also to introduce waste prevention measures because the waste that is not produced is the best waste. And then we will also explore the possibility of setting targets for preparing for reuse and recycling of textile waste. Next. On the enabling conditions, as you saw, the agenda is big, it's transformative. It's not an agenda that will only have impacts on the European Union, because as we are looking at setting minimum requirements for access to the market, it will permeate as well in other countries, on manufacturing countries. So what the European Commission is proposing is to also accompany this transformation with support actions. On one hand, support for research, innovation, and investments to really fill the gaps that had been highlighted in the previous presentation on the recycling needs, on the potential for reuse. Also working to enhance the skills of the sector and to ensure that we create a level playing field, ensuring compliance with the set of legislation that we put forward. Next. And finally, I have here the last slide, which is quite relevant for the topic of today's workshop, because as I was saying, the strategy wants to look at the sector as well from the international dimension, and not only address environmental impacts but also social. The strategy identifies and puts forward the continuous actions that we are having together in cooperation and in partnership with the international fora to greening the value chain of textiles, as well to ensure decent work conditions. Very important as well to recall the legislation on due diligence obligation that looks at identifying, preventing, and mitigating, and bringing to an end account for impacts on human rights and the environment, and as well the upcoming initiative to really prohibit the placing of the EU market of products made by forced labor. Without wanting to take more time, also a quick mention to the export of textile waste that is addressed under the very recent proposal for the waste shipment regulation that really introduce an obligation for notification to the European Commission on the export of textile waste to non-OECD countries, and then work that is going to start very soon to ensure that there's an agreed distinction criteria to differentiate waste, textile waste from second-hand textile products. If we moved into the next slide, I think this is the last one. Yeah, thank you very much. I don't know if we will have time for questions, but since I will be joining the panel, I believe that I can take any during the discussion.
Thank you very much indeed, Maria. And thank you for those of you who've put some questions in the chat for Maria. I think we can see from that presentation already that there is a huge amount going on, that there really is a lot of dynamic movement in this area. And some of you put questions in the chat which are directly asking about the detail of policy, and some which point towards particular challenges with the change which is going to be faced. I'll take the ones about the challenges which face firms to the debate which we're going to be having shortly. And we don't want to go too deep into the detail of policy, because we want this workshop to focus more broadly on what can we do internationally and multilaterally. And the policy discussion itself in any geography could get very detailed very quickly. But a couple of short questions, I think, for you, Maria, because one is quick and one is very interesting. There's a question about when the plans for the digital product passport would come into effect, relating to textiles. And then another question, which is what could be done to help shift consumers away from buying more durable products and then, because they go out of fashion, still disposing of them or finishing the end of their use, not achieving the circularity goals. Could you unmute yourself? I think you've slipped back.
The digital product passport is set out in this proposal on the Eco-Design for Sustainable Products Regulation, and is based on information requirements. So the time frame to see it applied to textile really depends on the length of the negotiations with the European Parliament and the Council. As most of you know, the co-legislator in the European Union. Once this proposal enters into force, very soon, hopefully, we will be able to have an implementing measure for textiles. So it will be a measure that implements the different elements of the horizontal framework into the specific case of textiles. And we are hoping to start working on this implementing measure as of now, to be ready to act very quickly whenever the legislator have reached an agreement and we have the horizontal framework in force. So for concrete timing, we are talking about 2024, 2025. But I want to be clear that it will be the legislation introducing it. So I would imagine that we will need a couple of years more for the rollout with the industry. The second question I didn't get, Christian. Why would we want to shift away consumers from durable products?
No, the question was more that as the market or as the demand might shift towards more durable products, but at the moment, one of the problems is people wear products and then dispose of them when they go out of fashion.
Now I got it.
How do we stop
Yeah,
trends?
it's true, but we will have more durable products, and we will do our best to ensure physical durability, meaning that consumers are not placed into a position that they need to throw away a piece of clothing because it's worn out. But in parallel and together with that, we really need to continue working on what I call emotional durability. That is the willingness of a consumer to keep using the piece of clothing. And for that, we are accompanying all the regulatory actions of the strategy with other type of actions to ensure stakeholder engagement and consumer awareness. And that's why the strategy is launching the motto Refashion Now, because we want to work together with consumers, with citizens, for them to really be the first one saying, I want this piece of clothing to be mine for as long as possible. And hopefully we will be acting on demand and supply side to really address fast fashion. We will be acting on this motto Refashion Now to work together with different stakeholder initiatives that are already ongoing, but I would want to also see the motto taken up internationally, and I will be very happy to engage with other international partners that want to really support this shift in their countries.
Thank you very much. And that leads on beautifully to our next speaker. There are always some happy surprises for moderators and audiences in presentations and workshops. And today, although it's not on the agenda, we can move to a presentation which demonstrates that although Hendrik Magnus pointed out that a lot was happening in the EU and in the US, there are also shifts transforming the industry in other parts of the world. And so we've now got a speaker who's going to talk briefly to slides from Japan, who is Mr. Rio Kawamura, who is the sub-leader of the Task Force on Fashion and Environment from the Japanese Ministry of the Environment. Thank you very much for joining us today and for being willing to share about the policy measures which are shifting fashion practices in Japan. I move over to you. Please do unmute yourself. Thank you.
Christian, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all. And thank you for adding me, speaker from Japan, into the list of distinguished speakers at the last minute, I will take this opportunity to introduce initiatives on sustainable fashion conducted in the other side of hemisphere from Europe and the US. Firstly, let me make a brief introduction of this task force on fashion and the environment. It was established in the Ministry of the Environment in October 2020, and it is consisted of more than 20 officials from various divisions of Ministry of the Environment. Some members are working for circular economy, other members for climate change mitigation, and actually I'm working for environmental education in the usual time. As previous speakers pointed out, sustainable fashion covers various aspects of environmental policy. So such cross-sectoral task force from various divisions is necessary to conduct or generate any kind of policy actions for sustainable fashion. So next slide, please. So what the task force did at first was to quantify and visualize the environmental impact of the usual fashion in Japan, not yet sustainable one, I confess. We publicized this material flow of clothing in fiscal year 2020 in March 2021. This was repeatedly reported by mass media, so inspired discussion on sustainable fashion in Japan. As you see, total domestic supply of new clothing was amounted to 819 kilotons, and equivalent to 90% of the domestic supply was estimated to be discarded from business offices and households in Japan. And about 16% of discarded clothes were recycled, and about 20% were reused, and 65% was disposed. I mean, incinerated and landfilled. Most of clothing waste is incinerated in Japan. The amount of discarded clothes, hundreds of kilotons, was surprising for Japanese public actually. But I'd like to note that this disposal, or incineration and landfill, was treated in a legal manner. Exhaust gas was filtered, effluent was purified. Both are under strict control in Japan. So what is the problem other than the vast amount of waste? So next slide, please. This slide shows the global environmental impacts generated from clothes produced for Japan. Life cycle carbon dioxide emissions of total amount of clothing supplied to Japan was 90 million tons of carbon dioxide. And life cycle water consumption of that was 8.3 billion cubic meter. You can find the impact part of it also in this slide, and this is simply divided to one outfit sold in Japan. And why is this problem? I should note that 98%. I should note here that 98% of clothing supplied in Japan is imported, thus produced outside in Japan. So you can see the life cycle, the summary of the life cycle in the very, very small letter. I'm very sorry, but I'd like to read out that procurement of raw material, spinning, dyeing, sewing, and transport, all of these parts of production process and transport distribution process of the life cycle are operated outside in Japan. In other words, fashion industry in Japan generates these environmental negative impacts in other countries, not in Japan. And as you saw in the previous slide, significant amount of clothes were disposed annually as waste. Such manner cannot be regarded as sustainable, it's obvious. So we need to change that. Next slide, please. This slide shows the vision of sustainable fashion, a kind of an answer of how we should change the current situation. It covers an entire life cycle of fashion. First, at the design phase, we should promote eco-friendly design of clothes. It should be sustained for a long time, easy to be recycled, and it should use eco-friendly materials. And such kind of information should be transparent to all stakeholders. Environmental impact should be visualized with carbon footprint or other standardized manner. Second, at the sale phase, we should promote adequate production and supply, not mass production. So mass customization, production made to order, and domestic production should be adopted broadly to control the environmental impacts outside in Japan. And third, at the purchase phase, selection of eco-friendly products should be enabled for consumers with labeling, which shows environmental burden of or utilization of eco-friendly materials. Then consumers can purchase in a moderate manner, not seeking for mass consumption, considering the environmental impact, negative impact of the purchase. Fourth, options, not owning, but services for long-term use should be prepared for consumers. Repair and upcycle, long-term warranty, subscription, rental, second-hand clothing, and flea market should be spread. Lastly, options for not for disposal, but for collection and reuse or recycle should be prepared. So a mechanism for local circulation, accessible collection mechanisms, and advanced recycling technologies should be available. Together with these options, this vision shows how we transform our manner from mass production, mass consumption, and mass disposal into adequate production, moderate consumption, and circular use. I'd like to know that, fortunately in Japan, these options for sustainable fashion are already available. You can find in Japan, some fashion companies, brands, local governments, and communities are already implemented one of these sustainable fashion options. So what we should do is not to create these options from zero, but to spread these sustainable options broadly so as to make them available for every consumer and every fashion industry. Next slide, please. And actually, Japan, actions for sustainable fashion by business, government agencies, and politicians has already been started. Japan Sustainable Fashion Alliances, JSFA, was established as a coalition of companies aiming for carbon neutrality and zero fashion loss by 2050. Every member company should pledge these two goals to join this alliance. This was established in August 2021, and it consists of 19 member companies and 25 supporting member companies. They are conducting sharing knowledge, collaborative initiatives, interactive communication with consumers, collecting important national and international trends, and making policy recommendations necessary to improve common issues within the industry. Government agencies have established a consortium among relevant ministries. The Consumer Affairs Agency, the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, and the Ministry of Environment have established that consortium in August 2021. And this consortium has joined JSFA as a public partner and joined the discussion with ambitious companies to materialize the sustainable fashion. Third, politicians. The Liberal Democratic Party, LDP, the biggest coalition party in Japan, has established Sustainable Fashion Project Team, and it publicized proposals for the creation of a new value through sustainable fashion on April 5th, 2022, this year. It includes various proposals to promote sustainable fashion in Japan, and it includes consideration of the system, including the development of a new Sustainable Fashion Promotion Act, its tentative name. And it also recommends government to establish a framework for coordination among the relevant ministries and agencies. So in Japan, these three sections have started working to materialize the vision of sustainable fashion. We hope some progress on this issue in upcoming months and a few years. Next slide, please. And what I presented here is available in the Sustainable Fashion website, in the MOEJ website. But I'm sorry, this is available only in Japanese. So if you are interested in some detailed information on sustainable fashion in Japan, please let us know. Task Force can provide translated information to you. This is the last slide for me, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kawamura. That is extremely helpful and very much reinforces the messages that we've received, that there is global change, and that I very much liked the identification that you had, that the disposal of the products, so the unsustainable consumption practices happen in Japan, but most of the environmental impacts happen in the value chain outside Japan, suggesting that there is a great need for cooperation through value chains. So thank you. That brings us to the end of the section where we have a lot of introduction, which has told us that there is inevitable and far-reaching change taking place. The question which comes to my mind then is, what if I was a policymaker, if I was a manufacturer or a brand or somebody advising them in the value chain, what should I be doing in the face of this change? What are the opportunities that lie there for me? How could I profit from it? Or what are the challenges which face me to how I'm doing things at the moment? And we probably all can take a view on that. If you've joined this call, probably you have expertise either in policy making or in fashion, which allows you to answer that question from your perspective. And so now we're going to go into more sessions where we debate these kind of questions. There are 3 more sessions to come with a break in between. The first one is looking at the opportunities and challenges facing firms in light of what we've heard. The second one is then looking about how any actor in the value chain can be supported to make change. Already some speakers have pointed to the need of pilot project or support. And then the third session at the end, we'll explore together how multilateral action can help us. So to provide some stimulus to our thinking in this first joint debate, I've got 3 experts who can provide different perspectives. I'd like to turn to the first one of those, who has also been instrumental in organizing this workshop, so thank you to that. And that is Basri Kamba from Kadin. So in Kadin, which is the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Basri chairs the Waste Management and Circularity Committee, but he's also director of Asia Pacific Rayon, one of the largest viscose fiber producers in the world, and chairman of Indonesia's first Sustainable Fashion Alliance. He spent 20 years in various different multinational countries and previously was also a journalist. So Basri, to kick us off, would you just for a few minutes give us your perspectives on...
Thank you, Christian. Can you hear my voice?
Perfectly well, thank you.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Very good evening from Jakarta. On behalf of the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I will share my perspective from that 3 spectrum: opportunities, challenges, and then what actions can we do together. So again, as mentioned already by Luca and Laura and Henry, so on. First, the global transition of customers' behavior on textile industry is actually changing. Right? The demand on sustainable fashion, renewable materials, responsible process is high and growing. Pre or post-consumer textile waste material are again repurposed to create new garments. Circular fashion approach even start from the earlier design of the garment. Global customers and industry players have mutual interests to minimize any leftover textile waste to the landfill. As mentioned by Hendrik earlier, it's a great pressure to the brands, to the industry. That's the opportunities. It's a big market, actually. It's a high demand. And the opportunities number 2, the fact is for the G20, 19 countries plus EU. EU is 28 countries. So it's a great asset to manage this shared interest, this shared purpose. It's a great asset to lead and shepherd the changing market ecosystem, to unite various stakeholders for a goal that is benefit for everyone. as well as the broader ecosystem. We know that G20 members dominate the world textile market, more than 75%, right? So both as producers and consumption, with China, EU, India, and the US as the leading countries. Number three, that Indonesia actually has a complete set of value chain of the industry. You name it, from fiber to garment makers. We have a huge fiber capacity, spinning, weaving, knitting. And it's already a two-generation business with 4.3 million workforce, 70% are women, and millions of the small medium enterprises. So it's a huge. If you talk about, for example, viscose, renewable fiber, Indonesia is number 2 after China, with the installed capacity of 845,000 tons per year. And polyester is also 800,000 tons per year. It's number 3 after China and India. Last year, Indonesia export value reached around 13.5 billion US dollars. And Indonesia's market, if you talk about circular fashion, is 270 million consumers. And then the other opportunity is the fact is that a number of companies have started their own initiative on recycling by collaborating with different local and international parties. I name it one case, they call it Pebble. The website is pebbleliving.com in Surabaya, the second biggest city in Indonesia after Jakarta. So with the philosophy of this pebbleliving.com to be met again. They are collecting pre-consumer scrap materials, discarded from the process. So processing them into different products and sell them domestically and overseas. It's a good business. So, and then the second one, businesses here have their own 2030 SDG commitments, as mentioned by our friends from Japan. My company, Asia Pacific Ryan, for example, is targeting to use 20% recycled textile composition in our viscose fiber production by 2030. So in short, when you talk about the opportunities in line with the global market demanding more and more recycled materials, textile, garment, and fashion players of Indonesia, with all the complex supply chains and actors, have to be more aggressive, have to be more initiative to grab these opportunities. The clarity is, of course, important, especially from the EU regulations, and also we need to build more and more public-private partnerships. Then I come to my second point, which is the challenges. Indonesian government last year recorded 1.7 million tons of textile waste last year, almost 1/3 of Japan's case, but EU has 26 million, if I'm not mistaken. So it's a huge. So Indonesia recorded last year 1.7 million tons of textile waste, only from half of the country's 514 administrative regions. So altogether, maybe 2 to 3 million tons of textile waste every single year. It's a big resources. Challenge number 2, the cheap fabrics, cheap clothing from overseas constantly and continuously flooded the Indonesian markets, both offline and online. That's a challenge for us, the industry players. The third one is the lack of infrastructure. When I talk about infrastructure, it's about recycled textile waste facility, study, and also the lack of expertise, lack of investment on this sector, resources, technology. And I learned it, from my friends in the industry. We learn how to find out even where to start, right? But the vision is there. And then the next challenge is more important, is that we need more campaign, more promotions, more incentive, more incentives, especially to the millennials. Back to what I want to give one example. When we learn that it's very hard to get the right volume, the right price for post-consumer hotel materials, like used towels, the used bed sheets. I personally spent 1.5 years and found it that many of the used towels, the used bed sheets are being resold on the online market, right? With a relatively too high price for us to be used for the recycled materials. I understand from my research that certain star hotels use the towels normally for 2 years, but during COVID, maybe double. Instead of 2 years, they use it for 4 years. So while lower star hotels will go for 4 to 5 years, even 7 years to use their towels for the hotels. So it's a big challenge for a commercial scale project, because we need volume, we need price and quality. So what can we take, for example, or recycle for a towel or bed sheet that has spent 5 years or 7 years in the laundry? But we believe that there must some sort of opportunity here instead of the challenge, outside of the challenges. If parties, the hoteliers, and can work together with the industry from the very beginning to design the circularity of this kind of products, which can be recycled, the cellulose, for example, then this kind of partnership can work. Then the next challenge is managing used clothes. The post-consume clothes are still challenging here, I think in some countries as well, due to the lack of integrations and partnership. Then consequently, the cost of collecting, the cost of transporting, the cost of storage is a bit high. And then the next one is the real risk for industry players is the cost, because here in Indonesia, the industry has been 30 or maybe more, 30 years or more, they already been operating. So transitioning, of course, the risk is the cost from progressing the conventional fashions to circular fashion. But there's no option. I think as mentioned by Laura, it's 10 or 15 years, you will be left behind. Now, Christians and ladies and gentlemen, this is my last point about how actions that companies and collaborative actions that we can take. 3. Number 1 is start an immediate action, whatever small the scale is. This transition, the behavior, the change of the behavior, consumers, the prices that we have in this industry is real, right? And countries and group of countries have constantly, regularly regulating and even raising the standards for the sustainable and circular textiles. That's number 1. Number 2, convene or gather for a collaborative pilot project. For example, to determine the feasibility of establishing Indonesia's first commercial scale recycled textile facility. So Kadin, the chamber, is inviting any parties that are willing to collaborate. The third action is actually every single company, alone or together in a group, taking an active role to plan and execute a series of strategic campaigns and events to boost the awareness of sustainable and circular fashion among youth, women, fashion brands, and industry players here in Indonesia. I think that's from my end, questions. So thank you. Open to questions.
Thank you very much, Basri. That's a very good introduction. What I took away from that in particular was that in different areas of the business, there are different challenges, and that one of them is trying to source enough material reliably to be able to satisfy the demand at scale for recycled material in the future. But that's only one of the many different areas, and that some of the opportunities lie in working together and finding solutions, and that small steps can be something that we need to take because change is inevitable and we don't want to be left behind. So let's consider what those small steps might be. We'll certainly bring in questions and comments from other people in the audience. But first, as another stimulus, please let me turn to Maria Teresa Pisani, who is the Economic Affairs Officer and Project Lead at the Economic Cooperation and Trade Division of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, which is a lot of economy. But you lead the work on policies and standards for sustainable circular value chains. And you're currently managing a global multi-stakeholder initiative on sustainable garments and footwear. Therefore, I would be very grateful for you to be able to talk from your perspective about what you find some of the challenges are and where the opportunities might lie. And then we'll open up to more questions. So if you've got any questions or you'd like to speak, please do raise your hand in the chat. Sorry, not raise your hand, write in the chat, and then I'll call on you to give your perspectives. Thank you very much. Maria Teresa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Christian. Good afternoon, everyone from Geneva. A real pleasure being with you all for this important event today. So to answer the questions and the points raised by Christian, let me start by reiterating what many of the speakers today have been emphasizing, that the sustainable and circular transition that this industry urgently needs to embrace is actually complex. And despite a wide range of initiatives announced every day on the news, which is good news, cumulatively ongoing efforts are actually proving insufficient. The industry is really lagging behind. Why is that? It is because it's an industry that has global value chains that are complex, that are opaque, making it very, very hard for consumers, for businesses, for regulators, really to understand where, how, by whom our clothes are made and where the impacts, environmental, social, are really occurring. Not only that, but we actually don't know where our clothes end up. Actually, according to the European Commission, as we heard, 3/4 of used clothes finish in landfill and incineration plants, and less than 1% of end-of-use textiles are actually recycled into textiles. For instance, in Chile, let me flag the case of an emerging economy, the second biggest importer worldwide of second-hand clothing, where around 59,000 tons of second-hand clothing reach the country each year in the free tax zone in Alto Hospicio. Well, 39,000 tons are illegally dumped as waste in the Atacama Desert, since basically this is second-hand clothing that cannot be sold. This results, of course, in devastating consequences for the environment and for indigenous communities. We were actually there a couple of months ago. So there is an urgent need actually to identify gaps in trade, customs, environmental legislation of countries like Chile, and the necessity to establish, of course, national recycling facilities for second-hand clothing within developed countries such as Europe. And we heard about actually the commitments and the plans to provide those and establish those facilities. At the same time, we saw that brands are facing challenges to find the right recyclable fabrics. So we need to make that matchmaking supply demand. However, actually, it's very important to emphasize that you can't create, the change that is necessary and at the scale we need in the industry when we don't know the root cause of the problem, and the value chain here plays a very, very important role. Of course, brands and retailers are important actors, but it's in the value chain that the action really needs to be addressed extensively. Now, in this respect, let me recap last year G20's discussion on circular fashion, where a key area of action was outlined as better data at every stage of a product's life. And to address better data, we actually need more traceability and transparency. In fact, this issue of the traceability and transparency of value chains, visibility of what's happening along the value chain, and disclosure on what's happening along the value chain, including the sustainability risks and hotspots, has gained increasing prominence on the policy agenda for the industry. We heard the EU is currently the global trendsetter. And besides that, there are many efforts, standards, initiatives that provide measures and tools for companies to prevent and mitigate environmental and social impacts. However, it's very, very important to avoid fragmentation. And for that, we need to make sure that these fulfill really global interoperability, coherence, and alignment. There is a strong demand for this interoperability, coherence, and alignment that comes from the industry and from consumers, of course. And here there are two issues that I think we need to be tackled specifically. First is verification of data that is fed into sustainability measures. One of the main challenges here is to verify that data measured by tools or initiatives is validated by public scrutiny, third parties, or technology solutions that can substantiate the collected data, and that this data captures the whole life cycle of a product, really from raw material to product consumption and post-consumption activities. Trust is really a key word here. It's a first step to push against the rising tide of greenwashing, which is a huge issue actually for this industry. Second issue is sustainability certificates and claims. Currently, company sustainability claims do not cover the full spectrum of sustainability risks, and we heard about it even recently on the news. And the full spectrum of sustainability criteria. There is no common understanding around what is sustainability. This is based on the fact that many businesses often are not familiar, first of all, with how sustainability claims should be formulated and which risks need to be addressed in their value chains. Indeed, a recent screening of sustainability claims in the textile, garment, and shoe sector conducted in the EU suggests that 39% of sustainability claims could be false or deceptive. So, what concrete actions can actually be taken by firms and industry actors to address these issues? First, I would say really to make an effort to improve traceability and transparency in value chains. In fact, they allow truthful information to be obtained that can help really to reduce the use of new sources, reuse products and parts, recycle waste. Instead of the use and discard model, the industry definitely need to embrace circularity by design and create attractive alternative business models to reverse fast fashion trends, and traceability and transparency are an important enabler there. Second action, engage in increased collaboration, and this has been really already mentioned, very important to restate collaboration and partnership among all actors in the value chain. A sustainable change cannot be addressed in silos. We need to break the silos. Sustainability and transparency is complex, is costly, and if brands really want to move towards solid and responsible models, they need to work more proactively with their suppliers base. They need to support and guide their partners through the journey, for instance, through building the skills and bridging the technology gaps. This is a demand that we hear all the time from raw materials, suppliers, processors, and from manufacturers. And third action, make use of advanced technologies. There is huge opportunities there. Blockchain, Internet of Things, DNA markers, satellite imaging. And here we are engaging and working, for instance, with European Space Agency. They offer novel opportunities for analyzing, documenting, and shaping global and regional value chains. It is promising as an enabler for more transparency, for more collaborative and innovative and efficient value chains, and promise also to provides supports to important solutions, like, for instance, implementation of the digital product passport. At UNEC, and just to conclude and mention what exactly is that we are doing to support the industry in its effort to advance traceability and transparency. At UNEC, actually, with the support of the European Union, and back, I think in 2019, we started 3 years ago, we have launched the Sustainability Pledge initiative, and we have developed a toolbox that has been actually run through an intergovernmental process and has been adopted by UNCFAT, our UN Center for Trade Facilitation and Electronic Business, in April 2021. This toolbox actually comprises a set of policy recommendations. It has very detailed guidelines that explain the principles for traceability and transparency and the key components of a traceability and transparency system, starting from how you can formulate credible and reliable claims and how you should collect evidence, information, documents, certificates, third-party reports that substantiate such claims. And then we have developed a business and data model supporting traceability and transparency that allows the whole industry to talk the same language when it comes to doing that, and provides really, let's say, standardized mapping of the key data nodes where information and data needs to be collected and exchanged along the value chain among the key partners. We have also tested this, and I want to maybe connect to what Mr. Kamba mentioned, the need to work on pilots and test actually on the ground solutions at the table. We have developed a blockchain system to test and experience with the industry how traceability and transparency approaches can be implemented with support of blockchain technology. We have run now pilots for more than 20 use cases covering 23 countries, value chains in 23 countries around the world for cotton and leather. And we have started exactly from how to track in a blockchain environment sustainability claims related to origin, use of chemicals, material content, animal welfare, species conservation, and responsible sourcing. And here we are about to publish the proof of concept, which on one side presents eventually the potential and the benefits of technologies like blockchain to support more traceability and transparency and circularity in textile and leather value chains on one side, but also to emphasize what are the issues and the challenges that are out there, especially for SMEs, for manufacturers, raw material providers upstream in the value chain, and what are the type of actions that policymakers need to put in place, incentives, investments, capacity building, coaching, and technical advice that needs to be provided along the value chain to enable, especially the vulnerable actors, to harness the full potential of advanced technologies. A sustainable and digital transformation in this industry needs to go hand in hand. And certainly it is a global issue that needs global action. That's why G20 plays a very important role here, actually, to provide that platform to support the global action. Thank you very much, Christian.
Thank you very much, Maria Teresa. I'm grateful that you started off by quite comprehensively setting out some of the challenges around traceability and the lack of information, and then also demonstrated the opportunity, one of which seems to be able to build on or take up the work and the pilot projects which you've put in place, providing some of the solutions. So it's not all bad news. There's some very good news in there. And again, flagging up the need for collaboration and international collaboration, which I suppose is why we're all here. So there have been a couple of questions in the chat, both recently and beforehand. And please do, I'll pass those on now to the two people who've just spoken because they seem directly relevant. But please, if anyone else has experiences, personal experiences of what their perspective is on challenges or opportunities, if they have been working closely with firms anywhere through the value chain. Let's hear now about those particular challenges so that we can move on to a discussion about what could be more supportive. So one question here, perhaps it's for both of you, but Basri, maybe you would like to answer this one. It was a question from Mr. Kushi Gupta saying that it's possible to create recycled yarn, but then there are some problems creating garments out of that yarn, which need to be overcome. Mr. or Mrs. Gupta, if I've rephrased your question badly, feel free to unmute and step in. Otherwise, is that something which you've recognized as a problem, or is that totally outside the area of your perspectives and expertise? Basri. Oh, sorry.
So you got the question right, but there is just a little understanding which I would like to put to the question is that how do we make the fabrics out of the garments to using hand looms, power looms, or what kind of machinery infrastructure is available?
Thank you very much for jumping in. That's quite a technical question. It may just be that you're highlighting a particular problem to which solutions need to be found. But Basri, do you want to say something on that topic?
It's not very clear from my end. What is it from Gupta again? What is it? One sentence, one question?
Mrs. Gupta?
Yeah, I sorry, didn't get your point, Mr. Kama.
Please, could you rephrase the question for Mr.
Yes. So I found out some producers who manufacture recycled yarns from India, and I would like to know how to process fabrics from these garments, from the yarns which are available. What kind of infrastructure is available, and how do we move forward with producing fabrics from the yarns?
Okay. I think the question is very technical, Gupta. It's better for us to do this offline because you're asking about from the yarn to the fabric, right? So there are many methodologies. Even for us, this is again to answer questions from Luca, I think, about my 20% target for viscose for the fiber by 2030, right? We announce it as part of the transparency. We announce it publicly, right? Even the 20% target is quite ambitious, seen by many people. But we use our R&D. So I think back to your questions, Gupta, you need to have a very good R&D team, quite a lot of investment. But then that will be assigned best, technology. So and then to answer somebody from, I think, Miss Budiati questions, is there any particular timeline or roadmap for the plan from the Indonesian government to preparing the infrastructure for this sustainable fashion or circular fashion? For us, the private sector, we cannot wait for the government. As mentioned earlier by, I think, Henry, that if Indonesian textile and fashion players do not do it now, we will be left behind in the next 5, 10, or 15 years, right? Keep in mind, we have 4.3 million people workforce in this industry. So a huge, impact to the country. So what we do, the private sectors now, so this workshop is very important for us to collaborate, to share updates and progress about this sustainable fashion, the circular fashion, and how we can collaborate together. Because we produce domestically, but also we export our materials outside, right? So I think, but for us, Kadin, and also my company, we work together with the government to build the roadmap, including with the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, and also the Ministry of Industry. Supposedly, the roadmap is to be finalized last year, but it's not done yet. So maybe perhaps this workshop can have some ideas. So again, sorry, Gupta, if we can do offline, that will be better. Thank you, Christian.
Basri, I'd like to come back to you on that point because I think it's an interesting broader question about the different roles of industry, government, and external actors, whether in the value chain or not. Using Indonesia as an example, which may or may not resonate with different countries around the world, what do you find the challenges are in individual firms managing to coordinate or managing to enter into dialogue with the government on this issue, which is a profound but also a profound change?
Yeah. A very good question, Christian. Number one, the private sector has their own associations, right? Indonesia, for example, has the Indonesian Textile Associations. So we can actually engage with the government, engage with the relevant ministries. And then we also have the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, which has a very close, discussions with the relevant ministries. So, but then it's actually about the coordinations among the ministers, right? Because I think some of my Indonesian friends here understand, if you talk about circularity, we have the Bappenas, the National Development Planning Agency. But then there are also some ministries, working on it that related to it. For example, in terms of waste, for example, is under the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. But then talking about the industry itself, they have Ministry of Industry. So I think, there's also a homework for us in the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, how to coordinate these bodies and then work together to have one simple, workable, not ambitious roadmap for this sustainable fashion, right? Because otherwise they have a good roadmap, but it's not workable because the industry is not involved, right? But hopefully, before 2020, before this year, we have one single roadmap about the circular fashions. But the title is still about sustainable fashion. It's not circular.
Thank you very much. And that raises an issue which maybe we can pass over to Maria, who I believe is still with us, to give insights into some of the challenges and opportunities. In the EU, which has a very different government structure, but certainly still a lot of different directorate generals or ministries working on different topics, and a vast number of stakeholders to try to bring into the discussion. Maria, could you tell us something about how, as a policymaker, you have been working with a large number of stakeholders, and indeed what their reaction has been to something which is, again, quite a profound change?
I must say that industry in the EU is policy demandeur. It has been very much involved and engaged on sustainability issues for, I must say, 5-6 years. We saw that it started around the beginning of 2010 with some initiatives that were already bringing together different partners of the value chain to sit together and discuss what were the issues and what else could be done. But it was with the European Green Deal in 2019 that we put it in the policy agenda of the European Union for the first time. We had seen that there was voluntary approaches and voluntary tools, like, for instance, the EU Eco-label, and we had green public procurement, voluntary green public procurement criteria as well on textiles. But as of the declaration in the European Green Deal that it was a priority sector, we have seen more and more and more engagement. And of course, for the preparation of the strategy, we got around the table the necessary number of stakeholders to discuss. You know that in the European Union, we have rules to ensure stakeholder participation in the preparation of the different initiatives. We are right now, once the strategy is out, also facilitating the engagement of industry in the implementation of the different initiatives. And for that, colleagues in DG Grow, because as you were mentioning, Christian, we have several DGs involved in the implementation of the actions of the strategy. Colleagues in DG Grow, that is the Director General, the Department for Industry and SMEs and or that has to do with the internal market are working on what we call the transition pathway for the textile sector, for the textile ecosystem towards digitalization, the green transition and resilience. Together with the strategy, the European Commission adopted or presented a staff working document with a first approach to these possible scenarios for these three objectives: digitalization, sustainability and resilience. And it's at the moment gathering different stakeholders to discuss challenges and barriers and the needs of the industry to adjust and to implement this very demanding policy agenda that I have just presented, and also to couple it with developments in these other two areas, digitalization and resilience. So to respond quickly to your question in a single word, that the industry is very much engaged in the EU in order to facilitate the transition to sustainability.
Thank you very much. And a follow-up question around the opportunities or challenges. When they are engaging with you, are there any particular areas that stand out as worth mentioning to this international audience?
Of course, I mean, there's a lot of work ongoing to ensure the transparency and traceability of information. I think it has been mentioned by Maria Luisa as a key area of work. And I believe that it requires as well a partnership along the value chain, and not only in the EU, but also in other countries, to ensure that the information flows along the value chain. So for any actor in this chain to have access to the relevant information, be it consumer, producer, businesses, or recyclers. Another area of work that we see emerging is as well all that has to do with the end of life of textiles. Since the moment it becomes waste, I think that there's an interest by the EU industry as well to support the uptake of technologies for recycling of textiles, to also address the challenges that will be linked to the amount of waste that will be separately collected as of 2025, and as well to ensure that consumers receive accurate information. So I believe that industry is really facing this transformative agenda with ambition and interest, and also introducing and incorporating internally the changes that need to take place in order to implement the upcoming regulatory framework.
Thank you very much. So as a well-informed moderator, I can see from my participants list that we have in the participants Mr. Kaya, who might be able to tell us something about the perspectives of the Turkish industry as producers or suppliers into the EU market, as well as different global markets. Mr. Kaya, are you with us and able to give a perspective?
Yes, I am with you.
Excellent. Having heard some of the speakers talking about the transformation and the transition which is going on, is there anything from your personal experience or your sector's experience in Turkey which you'd like to say about the challenges and opportunities?
Thank you for this time you just were sparing for me. I heard so many different things globally, and so many things are going on. I'm here to talk about this issue on behalf of Turkish Exporters Association. This is a journey. I think we can spare it into two, product and production, first of all. So we are representing this production part of this, and we are just trying to make everything possible from this extent. So when we're just looking at the circularity and issue at this stage, I think we are responsible from pre-consumer recycling issues. That's the main problem, I guess. When we're just talking about circular textile ecosystem, so we have to talk about our responsibilities. Who is responsible from what, and how we're going to be proceeding that. Transition from fast to durable and a long-lasting garment industry, how are we going to make it? Everybody's just talking about this digitalization, circularity, recycling issues. First of all, this is a very tough point when Mr. Basri said this recycling issues, fiber to fiber issues. It's a big deal. Turkey has this opportunity because when we just looking the industry after pandemic, because we have so many impacts from pandemic, accelerating impacts of the pandemic, and now we are moving from supply chain to partner chain, and we need so many collaboration, and we have to use our resources and sources efficiently. And that's why we have to make this inventory management. This is really important because everybody is just talking about nearshore facilities these days, and near to near is very important. So from Euromed zone, Turkey is just one of the main player. What we are doing here, we are just making our organization clear, traceable, and eco-friendly, if you like. Because we have to reduce our negative impacts to the environment. That's why we are just trying to make everything possible. As a manufacturing part of this journey, we are not a decision maker. People are designing this product, and we are just making their design, their dreams come true. That's why we need clear information, and we need a co-legislation and systematic approach for this issue. Because when we're just looking for that pre-consumer recycling issue is already being done and perfectly running in Turkey. But when we come to post-consumer recycling issue, then we're just coming the border of legislations between the countries. That's why we have to be approaching this co-legislation issue very fast and just to make it from our organizations as well. What we are doing from Turkey, because we are just trying to make everything clear. As mentioned, blockchain is already being used in our organizations. They are quite traceable. Compliance issues are already done over here. We're just upgrading our systems according to all these new regulations. We need better value chain relation in this extent. And we need to have terminologies, new terminology for these recycle issues, because conventional terminologies are not applicable for this new gen production, because we have to change our EQL levels, audit basis, and everything has to be updated. That's what we need. That's why we need these eco-design issues. How we're going to design the garment? Because at the end of the day, we are just talking about consequences at the moment. If we are not designing our future products, we can be speaking about this from now on as well. So we have to design our consequences from today for tomorrow. That's why we need this system working together. Maybe we can talk about this monofiber design, monofiber garments. That's really important for us as well, because Turkey is a cotton supplier, mainly our industry based on cotton. And our certified fibers are quite sufficient these days. And we are just expanding our production facilities as well. What we are having as a problem over here, because everybody is just coming and asking for auditing all these facilities. Compliance is very important, of course, but we need this audit fatigue issue sorted out. Mm. This is one of the main problems we are facing at the moment, because the demand of the market is not always based on our capabilities, because everybody is just asking so many new evidence, and we need this things sorted out. At the same time, we have price pressure and the competition. That's why we need this better value chain relation is very important. We have to be approaching this point sincerely, and we need clear information, end-to-end cooperation. Is very important, and the post-consumer recycling issue is becoming very important. As you mentioned, the European Union having this rehab units in Europe, and we have to be part of that, and at least we have to be a ring in that chain as well. We are just trying to do things in Turkey as well, domestically, for our domestic organizations. That's why, what we are doing at the moment in Turkey, and we are quite aware of this issues, and in governmental level, and also our association just making really serious work out on this. That's what I can say about this from Turkey. Nowadays, we are ready for all those items, but only thing we need is just to have these post-consumer recycling issues and co-legislation, I guess.
Thank you very much. That's a
My pleasure.
pretty clear description of a wide range of different challenges that you're facing. Although it sounds as though you are already in Turkey quite well advanced in meeting some of the demands and the changing trends in the market. Thank you very much. Also, I noticed that you had audit fatigue from a number of organizations coming to look at transparency, suggesting some alternative solutions were necessary. We've got one more comment before we move to a break, or one more statement. Marina Shaboun, you have asked to take the floor. I'd be very grateful if you were able to discuss from your own personal experience or what you've heard about some of the problems and challenges. Thank you again, Mr. Kaya.
Thank you. Thank you.
Marina, could you unmute? We still can't hear you. The video is working fine. For everybody else, now we can hear you. Yes.
You can hear me. Perfect. Okay, so good evening from Jakarta. I just want to hop in for a second, just to give perspective also specifically from Indonesia. I think also what is a global problem, we have been like talking about a lot of things during the past 2 hours, specifically what are policies and frameworks. But when we look into practice, like on the ground in the factories right now, the main challenge that we are having in a lot of production countries is that there is no textile waste management system in place. That means actually, while what was already mentioned is investment into recycling technologies, and there is still a lot of lack of technologies, especially when it comes to fiber blends, and also that we are currently actually targeting more to aim towards a recycling industry than an actual circular industry, because for circularity, we have to design out waste in the beginning. We have to design what was just mentioned more with monomaterials or design for disassembly, whereas what we are facing right now is a massive amount of waste, post and pre-consumer waste, that basically contains of a lot of different blends and materials. And for this, we need a recycling industry set up, which requires obviously textile waste management concepts and logistic infrastructures to collect waste within the production countries or also consuming countries, and to actually bring it to the facilities where it could be recycled. And right now there is no standardized system for textile waste management. Often there is no incineration, there is no segregation, there is no collecting within a lot of countries. And as long as we are losing these valuable resources, there is no way that we can achieve anywhere close to a recycling or circular economy. And yeah, it would be also interesting maybe to hear from the speakers, what is the target to actually implement textile waste management infrastructures and systems to actually achieve these kind of targets that have been set from the European Union and other policymakers?
Sorry, I failed to unmute myself. Thank you very much for that comment. Rather than give that back to the people who've just spoken, I propose that we take that together with the other comments that we've heard, have a break for 10 minutes to think things through and step away from our computers for a while, and then come back in 10 minutes and look at some of the different solutions which might be put in place to tackle some of the challenges which have been in place. So there we'll be moving to a panel where we have 3 speakers who will cover 3 of the areas which we've been talking about so far as areas of difficulty needed for the transition and opportunities where action has already taken place. hopefully we'll use these as examples of the wide range of issues that we've looked at. We'll look at what forms of national exchange of experience could be useful, how partnership projects, whether public and private or private and private through value chains, might be useful, and also how we look at data traceability and product passport opportunities. So if I pass on my thanks to everybody who's spoken so far. Each of you could have spoken in much more detail about the subjects that we're trying to get our head around today. And with that, I look forward to welcoming everybody back in 10 minutes, which is 35 minutes past the hour, whichever hour and time zone you are joining from. With that, I look forward to seeing you soon.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, Del.
Hello?
I can hear you.
You can? Oh, thank you.
I think everybody can hear you, which is excellent. So we're going to have you as a speaker. At the moment, we're sort of silent because we're on a short break for the next 3 minutes. It's delayed from the agenda that you have. But
no problem. Thank you. I appreciate that. Was having some technical issues, so glad to be with you. I'll join you in a moment.
I know you're joining whilst on holiday. Are you good for the whole of the session, considering we're running late, or would you like to move around in where you're speaking?
I might need to pop off a little bit early. I'll stay as long as I can, Christian. I'm also recovering from COVID, so trying to save my voice a little bit too.
That's even more commitment than I imagined.
Oh, look, it's fine. It's fine. I'll do my best. Look, I'm sorry to interrupt the break here, but happy to.
No problem. Good to hear you and have you here.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
So, hello again. Welcome back to everybody who is now back at their computers. And welcome soon to the people who are just coming back. After all we've heard this morning, I certainly feel that my mind is pretty much exploding with the degree of depth of the issues and the breadth of the issues, which has already been discussed. And I'm feeling very much like I need a bit of support to make sense of it and to decide how if I was working somewhere in the value chain of textiles, how I would want to move forward. So I'm actually truly grateful that the session now, which is going to be a panel discussion with 3 experts, will be looking at what kind of supportive actions can help anybody, whether from policy or from the private sector, to be getting on top of the actions which need to be taken and implementing them so that we could move to a global circular economy for textiles and fashion. So I'm very grateful to have 3 experts in the panel that we can call upon, and do put your questions in the chat at the time. The first speaker to answer this question, which we've got before us, which is what supportive actions would allow manufacturing firms to benefit from market change towards circularity, is going to be Fitrian Ardiansyah from the Rantai Textile Lestari, which is the Indonesian Sustainable Textile Alliance. Thanks for joining us. Fitrian, you are the Global Envoy for Nature-Based Solutions and the Country Director of Indonesia and Malaysia at IDH Sustainable Trade Initiative, as well as being a member of the Executive Board of the Sustainable Textile Alliance in Indonesia. So thanks very much for joining us. I'll also introduce the other members of the panel before turning to you. Peter Michael Prisnan Jorgensen, thanks for joining. Good to see you on the camera. You're a board member of the Global Fashion Agenda and have been involved in that organization's work around circularity and particularly the Global Circular Fashion Forum project, which I believe has just been announced, and you'll tell us something about, amongst other things. And then a special thanks to our third panelist, Del Hudson, who is showing remarkable commitment to join us from holiday whilst away from work and at relatively short notice, and also while you're recovering from illness. So thank you very much indeed for being with us. So Del is the Senior Vice President of Market Impact and Sustainability Insights at the technology company HIG, and you oversee the marketing and communications and stakeholder relations. You've held leadership positions at various other companies around fashion, including Nike, and were a founding contributor to the New Textiles Economy Initiative. So very much in the right place to us. And you'll be describing a little bit about what HIG offers to solve some of the traceability and tracking and data issues, and what route forward might be appropriate there. So thank you all. And first of all, please could I turn to you, Fitrian, to address this question. What could be supportive to manufacturing firms, but to us all, to work out how we move forward?
Thank you, Christian. I hope you can hear me. Good evening from Jakarta, Indonesia. Thank you for having RTL, Rantai Tekstil Lestari, or the Indonesia Sustainable Textile Alliance. I would like to start by saying that supportive action can only come if we got good elements or good foundations of policies and governance, and after that, of course, partnerships that can lead to the creation of such actions. Christian and others. The first policies, of course, circular fashion can only be created or can be realized if there are comprehensive policies that interconnect between consuming countries as well as the producing countries. For instance, at the consuming countries like the EU or European countries as a whole, we would like to say that there are certain policies that need to be strengthened to minimize the use of finite and also non-recyclable resources or products, while encouraging the uptake of innovative products. For example, we got members of RTL mentioning to us that the consuming countries often do not recognize the combined recycled cotton with other non-recyclable fabric as one valued product. So sometimes it's either 100% recyclable cotton or non-recyclable cotton or non-recyclable products. By acknowledging this, I mean, not only 100 recyclable cotton or 100 recyclable products, consuming countries, in our view, could help producing countries to produce more innovative circular products, Christian, within their economic and planetary boundaries. I think this is quite important because that can lead to the reductions of leftover products that will end up at the landfills. Also, in our view, there is a need to have joint collaborations between consuming countries and producing countries to improve policy formulations and incentivize the creations of such actions at the source. I mean, the previous panelists as well as different parties have already mentioned about the lack of waste management facilities in in producing countries like Indonesia. So it is quite crucial to have that kind of collaboration that can then encourage the improvement and also the establishment of such facilities. Water management improvement, product design, sourcing improvement, and many different things that can be encourage further if there are good collaborations in the context of policies between consuming countries and producing countries. And of course, this type of improvement needs to be verified, reported, and if possible, any development of that products can be then associated with that kind of improvement and then communicated to the consumer, so it will be then supported or promoted, in the consuming countries. During the discussion of RTL, we got some good information and also suggestion, especially coming from Pak Basri, that there is a need to have a circular hub to be developed. This kind of platform or entity can act as a clearinghouse between different parties to increase the level of awareness and understanding about circular fashion, because I don't think the level of understanding regarding towards certain standards of circularity or sustainability is quite similar. So I think that's it's going to be important to have that kind of level of awareness to be improved. But of course, actions or concrete action can only be done or can only be realized if we can work together and create good partnerships. Collaboration, for instance, can be concretely done between brands and producers to improve sourcing of more recycled products, improving innovation in design, system productions that lead to minimizing of resources, both the products as well as the reduction of environmental or strengthening the environmental carrying capacity. And this type of collaboration, in our view, can be reported as an initiative by the brands and communicated to consumers as a good progress. Because I think the market and also consumer would like to understand whether the buying power would lead to really concrete actions on the ground. So I think the intervention, the linkage between the brands and the producers, if this can be a package in a very good collaboration and partnership, it will be a good way to enhance that kind of actions. And I think Pak Basri has already mentioned earlier that even small scale type of projects between these two parties would be welcome. Another set of good collaboration can be developed between both buyers, manufacturers, brands, or what have you, with the local SMEs, because I think the local SMEs are really in dire need to get some support, as well as to get access to the market, and also to match the requirement coming from the market when it comes to circularity, when it comes to sustainability, and of course, eventually minimizing the negative impacts on the ground. And in the context of Indonesia, thousands, if not millions of SMEs are working in different type of sector that would also contribute to circular fashions. Last but not least, which I think some panelists have already mentioned, collaboration or partnerships are needed among supply chain actors with the financial institutions. In my view, or in our view, to find a breakthrough of investment or innovative financings or to support products, to support system development that can promote and contribute to circularity. One example coming from our organization, IDH, in partnership with Fashion for Good in 2017, if I'm not mistaken, they have identified a critical finance gap that was slowing circular solutions from being scaled and used in supply chains. So together they founded what they call the Good Fashion Fund, to which they commit an anchor investment. Of course, this is still small scale at that time, 10 million euro, but this can be used to support innovations coming from manufacturers, different type of innovators, to contribute to solutions that link to water management, good circular economy, finding good materials, as well as the use of good energy or renewable energy, for instance. This, of course, then could magnify and also scale the use of many recyclable and safe materials at the source, as well as pushing forward for the scalability of the use of less resources, the use of more renewable energy, for instance, the reduction of water, and many more. I think many different things can be developed, Christians, but such partnerships should be encouraged and also should be promoted, should be supported, but more importantly should be then led to a very concrete pilot or prototypes in different areas, so that we can learn from whatever outcomes coming out of this kind of prototypes. And of course, the connections with the finance is key. So with that, I would say that RTL is keen to work together with different partners here, as well as with whomever, so that we can have this kind of activities and concrete actions on the ground. Thank you, Christian.
Thank you very much indeed, Fitrian. I found that very clear. So policy, governance and partnerships, and a policy and a linkage between policy in different parts of the world, between producers and consumer countries.
And the finance.
I was going on to finance, don't worry. And even the collaborations there were between brands and the manufacturers in the value chains, and between the manufacturers and the SMEs, and then between finance institutions and those who would need to take forward projects and infrastructure or development of material. And then on top of that, a clearinghouse to enable similar understandings of circularity and what is to be achieved, and a focus on concrete pilots and learnings from those, which fits. Thank you very much, very clear. If there are any questions, please do put those into the chat. And there is one to come, and it says, if it was entirely up to you, what sort of pilot projects would you like to establish? Thank you, Valerie Puatan, for that question.
Shall I answer it now?
Please do. And then we'll move on to someone who has established concrete pilot projects.
Yeah, I think, well, with my limited knowledge of circular fashions, but I think many members of RTL have been doing things so far. It is clear that there is a need for concrete pilot that can connect the brand and manufacturer and also the suppliers to understand what about what sort of products that can be developed as recyclable as possible, like for instance the combinations of recyclable cotton with what, and then understanding how much the cost associated with this kind of transformations, and whether the consumers can be then or can be willing to to absorb or to buy such products. And of course, eventually, whether this kind of product would then be, let's say, accommodated by the consuming countries under the framework or within the framework of their policies. I think that kind of a prototype would be key and concrete, because it will lead to the creation of new products, and also the scalability from the producing countries and as well as directly going to the consuming countries end.
Thank you very much. That answers the question very nicely. Moving on to Peter Michael, you've got experience in your organization of taking forward pilot projects and also thinking now about forms of learning from different experiences. Would you give us your perspectives on what could be supportive actions to face the challenges we have?
Thank you, Christian, and thank you to everyone else for having me here and speaking on behalf of the Global Fashion Agenda. I'll just say very briefly for those of you who are not familiar with the Global Fashion Agenda, we're an international nonprofit organization working to create a net positive fashion industry. And we're working with brands and manufacturers and a number of civil society organizations. And obviously, we will not have a net positive fashion industry without having a circular industry. That is definitely one of the preconditions. And we find this topic to be incredibly important and something that warrants more attention from policymakers, regulators, and market participants, and individually, but more so by working collectively. And that's why we find a workshop like this quite important. I'm going to sort of focus on one particular issue and provide some thoughts and action recommendations on how we can accelerate and scale recycling of post-industrial textile waste in manufacturing. So really focus on the waste that is generated in the production of textiles and apparels, not in the post-consumer phase. And At the end of the previous session, I believe Marina Shaboon, she actually made a very nice nudge on this, that this is actually an overlooked area and something that we should think more about. And we think that it is a terrific opportunity both for manufacturers, for brands, retailers, but also for governments. It's important in its own right from the perspective of waste is waste, and we need to get waste into the system. But we also think it's important to look at this type of waste from the perspective of it being able to create, let's say, some of the foundational pillars in creating a wider recycling system that also can handle post-consumer waste. And to this end, the Global Fashion Agenda launched earlier this year, as Christian mentioned, an initiative called the Global Circular Fashion Forum that I will talk a bit more about in a few minutes. But let me just give you a bit more context to sort of understand why does post-industrial waste actually represent an important opportunity. First and foremost, and this has probably been shared earlier today, we know that by addressing circularity in full, that will capture maybe up to 25% of global carbon emissions. So obviously from a pure climate change perspective, it's incredibly important, but it's also important from the perspective of resources extraction, use of chemicals, use of water, and a host of other reasons. We also know, more importantly, that 80% of these emissions could actually be addressed by existing technologies. So we have the solutions today. They're just not being applied effectively and as widely as they should be. And when we look at the textile industry specifically, we see that some of the same numbers apply here. And let me just give you sort of a few points on this, why we think that when we look at post-industrial waste, it's important in its own right. So a study was recently completed in Bangladesh, and there it sort of came to the conclusion that we have about 570,000 tons of textile waste that's generated every year. 50% of that is perfectly recyclable cotton waste, and the remaining 50% is a mix of different fabrics and materials, much of which also can be recycled. Now, we're looking at waste volumes in the production system of 30 to 40%. That's quite significant. And the majority of this is actually being either incinerated or it's being put to landfill. It's not being put back into the system. It's not being upcycled. It's being crudely downcycled, if you want. And if you look at it from a business opportunity perspective, so what this study concluded was that for every apparel piece that's being exported from Bangladesh, there is a loss of $0.7 as a result of what they would term unoptimized waste management practices. So just from a pure business perspective, this is quite significant. And of course, the numbers will be different from country to country, and the context is different from country to country. Perfectly understand that. And the type of material matters a lot here. And of course, a lot would say, well, if this is about waste management practices in the production system, isn't this just for the manufacturers to deal with? And couldn't they just optimize their manufacturing systems and then we would get rid of this problem? And the reality is, no, it's not. It's partly. So at least the conclusion in the Bangladeshi study was that, well, we could address maybe 30 to 40% of this waste, but we would still be left with waste rates around 15 to 20% of total finished production that's actually being wasted, and most of that is actually being burned for energy creation, or it's being landfilled. So it's still quite a lot. And sort of the obvious question then is, okay, if this is so simple, so to speak, and I know it's not simple, why are we not addressing this? Is this just a question about management practices? And not only. So here are a couple of things that we have concluded from some of the work that we have done and works that other organizations have done in the same area. And that is, one, we can see that the customer signal, the brand signal, hasn't been strong enough. So that's one. But that is coming through more loud and clearly now, we think. There's also been a perception that the technologies didn't really exist. And that too is not really true, because most of the technologies actually do exist. The investments are just not happening. And that's part of the chicken and egg we're looking at. So what we're hearing, and I think Marina also alluded to this, that the chicken and egg is really that the investments in mechanical and chemical recycling facilities doesn't happen because they don't see the feedstock being made available to them, i.e. the collection, sorting and shipping of waste to recyclers. And those who should be collecting and sorting and shipping waste are not doing so because they can't see a consumer of their waste feedstock. So the recyclers are not there. So we need to sort of fix that gap in the market communication. That's really one part. And then there's the market communication between the recyclers and the brands. And we also talked a lot about sort of trade barriers that makes it difficult actually to get some of these products out of the markets and into other markets. And we also need to get some track and tracing systems in place so we actually can track the waste from where it's coming from, the type of waste it is, so it ends up with the right recyclers. Because as everyone knows in the industry, you can't recycle everything equally well in the same type of technology, and you need to separate things very clearly. But the reality is that this is a market failure. It's not necessarily even a policy failure. Policy can do a lot in this area. It can create right incentives. You could ban essentially incineration of textile waste. You could actually create global markets for recycled content by not, for instance, restricting imports of recycled materials or exports of recycled materials. And then, of course, there are some social issues that we need to be mindful about as we start thinking about this, and that is that the waste management industry is very much in the hands of the informal sector. So once we start thinking about formalizing the informal sector, we also start looking at some social issues that needs to be considered as part of this transformation. And it's something that we see across sort of the general move towards a circular industry or circular economy, is that there are some perverse consequences of that shift, and we need to be mindful of those. And in this particular case, we're looking at a lot of people who are being employed in the informal sector who are taking care of waste management. And that, of course, needs to be addressed. And of course, as I said, the barriers will be different in different markets and they will have different significance. What we think needs to happen, and this is what we have now sought to do with the launch of the Global Circular Fashion Forum, and we launched that now with generous support from the GIZ. It builds on work that we have been doing in Bangladesh over the past 2 years, where we have worked with the BGMA, a lot of manufacturers and other stakeholders on the ground to actually test and trial some solutions on how we actually can collect better, how we can sort better, get it to recyclers, recycle the feedstock and get it into new materials that then are being used by the manufacturers to create new products for their customers. And this is a multi-stakeholder effort because it is essentially about addressing a market failure. There should be a market for waste because the waste is valuable and it should achieve higher value than by burning it. So it has to be multi-stakeholders, it has to be manufacturer, it has to be brands, recyclers, logistics firms, civil society, and governments needs to be involved. And ideally, of course, it should be led in country by organizations, whether it's industrial associations or others, but someone needs to take the charge in this. We created the Global Circular Fashion Forum to, one, kickstart and support the launch of such initiatives. So as said, we are engaged in Bangladesh. We're now, with the support from GIZ, getting involved in Vietnam and Cambodia. And we have requests from 2-3 other countries, and we would love to work in Indonesia as well, to find ways to actually get sort of essentially a post-industrial waste industry created. And some of that will involve investments in chemical recycling or mechanical recycling or otherwise. And the first step is really to convene the stakeholders. And the second step is really to begin doing sort of that feasibility study on what are the waste streams, what types of waste do we have, what are the volumes, where does it go, why doesn't it go where it could go, what are the barriers for that, are there policy barriers, are there investment barriers, are there other barriers that prevents us from getting the industry that we need to get in place. And from there on, it's going into potentially a piloting phase. Our thinking is piloting needs to be only a stepping stone for a very quick acceleration and scaling. And that can take maybe a few years, and then you actually get into a scaling phase fairly quickly. But of course, we have to make that case in reality. But we hope we'll be able to do that in the next few years. So that's really what we wanted to focus on here. So it's really one aspect of circularity, and we think it's incredibly important that this gets more consideration than in what it has to date. And we look forward to hearing your reactions, thoughts, and also hopefully to be working with some of you in the coming years.
Thank you very much indeed, Peter Michael. That's also been very clear and insightful. So we're talking about post-industrial waste, which is waste coming out of the production processes. And in Bangladesh, it was 30 to 40% of the volumes of production, if I understand correctly, which is phenomenally large, and in quantities and levels of purity which could feed recycling streams. But there's a chicken and egg problem that where investors in potential recycling infrastructure don't see or aren't aware of the collectible waste which is available, they don't make an investment, and then there's nowhere for the waste to go. But the brands have a role, and there's a role for a global or regional exchange, which is why the Global Circular Fashion Forum has been set up. I'll come back to you on that, and we'll discuss that a bit more length and what goes into that, because I think that's, and the structures of that would be very interesting for helping decide what is relevant for different countries. And consciously moving from different areas of solutions in this panel, I'd now, thanks again to Peter Michael, like to pass over to Del Hudson. If you would like to tell us a little bit about what HIG does to try to work on solutions in this space, and where some of the challenges are, that would be extremely helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely, I'd be happy to, Christian. So HIG is a technology platform that provides software as a service to brands, manufacturers, other stakeholders across the value chain. We're very much focused on providing the primary data and facilitating the exchange of primary data across value chains. One of the things that we do a little differently, perhaps to some of the other data providers in our collective space, is really looking at spanning the silos across value chains. So bringing together the manufacturing data, the brand level data, product level data, and corporate environmental and social impact data. And the reason that is so critical, I think, to the conversation we are having here is when it comes to the customers that we support, we recognize that we're living in a world of two truths, whereby collectively we are designing this vision of a circular industry in line with the policy goals that we have for the future. But right now we are operating, and our customers are operating within an industry that is by design globally fragmented and opaque, and the buyers in many cases simply don't have the full view of their value chain impacts, whether that is their material use, their energy use, the pre-consumer waste, the post-consumer waste. And so we at HIG are very focused on the role that technology and data will play in moving us collectively towards a circular economy and circular industry. One of our primary focus areas is working with manufacturers to collect the primary data on the ground in terms of operations across their facility manufacturing footprints. So whether that is chemical use, energy use, waste outputs. And I think for those of you that have spent time really looking at the primary principles of the circular economy and understanding that while waste is often where we see the biggest impacts today and where we need some of the incentives to remove those perverse market failures that Peter spoke about, in parallel we need to be equipping the players within the industry with a far deeper understanding of the importance of upstream innovation and the inputs into the manufacturing process. So, you know, as the adage goes, if you put rubbish in, you get rubbish out. No amount of sort of mechanical or chemical recycling and infrastructure building at the back end is of use if we aren't getting a clearer view of what the inputs are upstream. And so I think when we see the emerging policy landscape, the growing consumer and policy demand for product level disclosures, what are the materials in a product, where have they been sourced, being able to start to create that demand for that granular product level and material level data is something that we think that policy has a key role in, whether it is product labeling, whether it is supply chain due diligence, all of those shifts to really create the incentives for a deeper view of environmental and social impact data right across full global operations is really something that we're looking to enable. And it's, to your question, Christian, about the challenges, it really is a challenge to bring together that primary level information. It is information that hasn't necessarily had much of a value in the past, or there have been sort of, you know, strong rationale for why that data should not be visible. Sometimes it's the, you know, necessity to act once all of that information is available that creates a slowdown in the system. And I think where the policy opportunity is, as we see it, is really around harmonization of regulation and policy and comparability of data and consistent metrics of disclosure. So we're very interested in participating in the conversation about what does good measurement look like? How do we avoid siloism and cherry picking of data and disclosure? You know, as we move towards a different sort of economic and market model, we really do have a need to create the understanding that all of these inputs and impacts and data points are interrelated. And so chemistry is just as important as energy, is just as important as water use, as we start to look at the total global impacts and opportunities, particularly as it relates to the materials. And those of you that are in the manufacturing and brand space and generally understand that that's where both the environmental impact lies, but also the cost and value, both in terms of outlay, but also the value of resources at the end of life of those products. And then I would say another area that we're really looking to drive deeper insight and understanding around is product level design and the sort of software design tools that consumer goods manufacturers need to be thinking about when they are actually making product design choices and materials design choices, and what do alternative decisions at the product design stage actually make when amplified at the sort of global volumes we're talking about. Materials changes can make massive differences at that point in time. Design for disassembly, design for durability. And this is where I think the interrelationship between data and policy becomes incredibly important for the variety of players across the product creation value chain. And I think it's, as I mentioned also, the unification around what to measure and what to disclose, and finding that balance between waiting until we have all of the answers and all of the precise data, and actually moving to make decisions with the sort of data that is available now. And there's quite a lot of industry debate currently. We've been part of that with one of our strategic partners about, for example, the use of life cycle analysis data at the customer and product level disclosure. And there are interesting and in some cases quite polarized schools of thought around what is the right sort of information to put at the customer level to start to drive, leverage the role that consumer choice plays in shifting towards a more circular fashion industry. And one of the things that we feel incredibly strongly about is that the urgency of the shifts that we need to make necessitates that we act on best available data today, that we follow perhaps some of the logic of other industries that have focused on where global volumes and global impacts are to start moving the needle. And so I think all of that to say that, we're really keen, and even with some of our partners, we have a traceability innovators program where we're looking at how to track from a fiber level or product level the chain of custody right throughout that entire value chain process. And it's a universe of information that really is fundamental to underpinning the sort of product level claims that we believe customers are really starting to demand, and that policymakers really have a role in incentivizing and requiring that level of disclosure, and not just disclosure of data for ESG reporting or risk evaluation's sake, but really being able to show and point to year on year improvements and shifts towards science-based targets, the EU Circular Economy Package goals. And I think one of the things that we talk a lot about is the belief that the sort of information and data landscape that this industry is just scratching the surface of is not dissimilar to where finance or HR was a number of years ago, shifting from sort of very manual, sporadic and lack of comparability across data to really needing a universal language and consistency. So I will pause there around some of those themes, Christian, and I hope that was helpful just as a setup conversation.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think what I took around that is that there is a lot which data traceability can do to facilitate the kind of interactions along the value chain, which might lead to cooperations. And that it's also crucial for moving towards circular fashion because it enables the design choices, or rather enables the design choices about product design to be correct so that they achieve the outcomes which circularity is trying to achieve with the reduction of impacts through the value chain.
I think so. And I think one final point too, it's about, enabling this swifter, more seamless, less duplicative exchange of information is just going to be so critical. We often see it's the suppliers that bear the burden of the fatigue of having to sort of share information over and over again, and being able to expedite the the sharing out of the data and information is really something that we want to be able to shift the burden from kind of gathering and repeating disclosures from suppliers to buyers to being able to focus on the investments and solutions and the infrastructure and the practices that are the enablers.
Sounds like that ties to a point that Mr. Cowra made earlier about talking about audit fatigue inside the Turkish industry. So I've got a question now which applies pretty much to all of you, and it eases us into the next discussion, which is what forms of multilateral exchange would be useful. But we'll stick to the supportive action discussion at the moment. And I'll put it to you first, Del. We've been talking about the need to improve, and you've been very clear that there's a role for policymakers to set up the right incentives and the mandate and a collective choice to be put in place around what are the metrics or the pieces of information which need to be transferred. But what would a supportive action look like for you which achieved that? And you don't have to give the right answer, of course. You've clearly got a lot of knowledge which would help stimulate a debate on the topic.
Yeah, I think, I mentioned one of the first of them. It really is looking at where together policymakers, even with perhaps different market interests, can find kind of common ground to harmonize requirements at the most basic of levels. That I think is really important to business investment in change. I think what worries us is when we sort of see a patchwork approach emerging perhaps to different market requirements. And I think those are the sort of things that perhaps cause a little bit of a chill around investment in progress. I think the other thing is also where Peter mentioned some of the work that Global Fashion Agenda is doing, and HIG partnered recently with Global Fashion Agenda in their new monitor report to really start to, in the role that we play as a data aggregator and normalizer, is start to really help the industry focus in on the handful of areas around where we must collectively focus first. And I think it's that the appetite to operate with good enough while we continue to gather additional information. And I think we're going to find ourselves in an environment whereby business and multi-stakeholder initiatives and policymakers together need to find comfort in the fact that whatever we are putting in place and requiring in this shift today will probably change again in 3 to 5 years, and will change again in 3 to 5 years. And that's a really, I think, interesting place for us to collectively be as we are in this world of science and technology. New information will emerge. How do we design industry standards, policy that is designed for evolution and designed for scalability as quickly as possible? And it's that comfort with a degree of ambiguity and knowing that we don't have all, the best science around new and emerging technologies or materials, etc., that are available. So there's a level of tolerance around ambiguity over precision, which I think is something in our conversations together that we will need to lean into.
Thank you very much. And maybe that's a question about who would need to be part of these types of discussions and what kind of format would they have, which we can then discuss amongst all of the participants in a brief while. First of all, I pass on to some of the other panelists. So, Peter Michael, in the chat, I've seen that there is a mention of a circular fashion partnership, which I presume is a set of actions in Bangladesh. Be interested to find out about that as an example of what can be supportive. But also, could you tell us a little bit more around the goals or the format or the approach which the Global Circular Fashion Forum could take in the future?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Christian, for that. Yes, there was an advertisement, I could say, of a report that we recently wrote on the Circular Fashion Partnership in Bangladesh that captures some of our first learnings on how we can support the creation of a post-industrial waste recycling industry in manufacturing countries. And in the report, you will find some policy recommendations that both for national governments, in this case specifically for Bangladesh, and there are also policy recommendations for the EU and other international stakeholders. So I won't go into details on that, but perhaps say a bit more about your second question, Christian, to how do we see the Global Circular Fashion Forum evolving from where we are today? So, as mentioned, we started out with a project in Bangladesh where we, together with BGMA, Reverse Resources, and a number of other stakeholders with funding from P4G, we looked at really trying to map out what are the waste streams, where does it go, what are the missing links, why is it that we're not capturing more of the waste and getting it back into the recycling system. And relatively quickly, we were able to get to reasonable volumes, still far from where we need to get to. But it was clear that sort of this was very much about ingrained practices as opposed to sort of systemic barriers, but there are also systemic barriers that do need to be addressed. But it gave us enough comfort that this is something that we, first of all, want to continue with in Bangladesh, working with local stakeholders, but also look at how can we replicate these types of partnerships in other manufacturing countries that have some of the same challenges in terms of actually using the waste that's being produced in the production system. So one of the first steps that we're taking now is that we're going to sort of publish some, you could call it, I don't want to call it best practices, but more like sort of a draft blueprint on how to go about setting up a national partnership focused on post-industrial recycling. And, you know, with the caveat that it obviously needs to be addressed to the local context. It cannot be a one-size-fits-all. And of course, some of the things that we emphasize is that this needs to be locally owned and driven. So we see very much the role of the Global Forum to be a partner, someone who supports, someone who perhaps in the beginning takes charge on convening stakeholders, doing the mapping to understand what the problems are. But from there on, we very much look to local partners to take the lead and charge on accelerating and scaling the activities. So that will be one. And then once we get started in additional countries, and as mentioned, we will be starting in Vietnam and in Cambodia very shortly. And we may be starting in additional 2 countries within the next, if not 12 months, then at least 18 months. The idea for us is very much to use the forum as a place where learnings and experiences can be shared and exchanged. Because a lot of the issues are the same, even if the local context does matter. But there are practices on the waste collection, the consolidation, the sorting, the relevant practices in the policy areas to the extent that policy tools are being used, whether it's on taxation, whether it's on trade questions, or whether it's on avoiding that textiles are being burned for the purpose of creating energy. It could also be to incentives to invest in recycling industries. So I mentioned the sort of the chicken and the egg point earlier before, and this might be an area also for the EU to look into, to say what are the funds and investments that could be made available to build the chemical or mechanical recycling infrastructure in countries where it doesn't exist to the scale that's really needed to get this going. So that's very much what we hope to do with the forum. So it's facilitating, consolidating, or collecting, consolidating learnings, it is sharing those learnings cross countries, cross stakeholders, and also be an initiator and a supportive partner in countries that see this as an opportunity to move forward with. And that would also include partnering with in-country stakeholders to get funding from development agencies or foundations and others that can provide on this.
Thank you very much. Comprehensive answer. So we don't have very much time. To have some time for summing up, we've probably got around 20 minutes left to stick to the agenda timetable. Be very glad to get questions in the chat from the participants. Fitrian, could we come back to you as you were the first speaker to see if you've got any comments on what's been said by Peter Michael or by Del? And then I also noticed that Mathis Critier has come up on my video link suggesting that you would like to say something. I'm very happy to welcome you to say something. And then we'll also on my list call on Andrea Crespi after Mathis. Fitrian.
Thank you, Christian. I just want to emphasize what Peter Michael has mentioned earlier or just now. I think regardless of the countries, the elements of the challenges are quite similar and exchanges are needed. So if we can intensify or promote and facilitate that kind of exchanges, it will be so important. Especially countries like Indonesia. I mean, we just set up the RTL, the Indonesia Textile, Sustainable Textile Alliance. So we really in need for good business models, good investment models that can transform and adjust the businesses and also the systems of manufacturing and also supply chains of the textile and apparel industry towards circularity and also sustainability. It can't be done overnight, but if there are some good models that we can learn from different countries, or in fact, even some sort of technical assistance and support, and of course, linking to the investment coming from consuming countries and the brands, I think that will be so crucial to accelerate that kind of transformation and also reaching towards scalability, Christian. So it will be good to have that kind of partnerships, exploring new collaborations, and also pushing some cutting edges when it comes to innovations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mathis, did I have it right? You've got something to add? Then
yes.
Thank you very much.
But just briefly, because I just wanted to support what Peter Michael also was saying, and I think that's fitting because, Christian, we met at a Global Fashion Agenda event. I am Matthijs Crité. I'm Dutch. I represent the International Apparel Federation, which is a global federation with industry associations across the world as its core members. Many of those associations represent either small, medium-sized brands, like in Europe and Australia, but also a lot represent manufacturers. And I really like what Peter Michael was saying about, we should, if we want to accelerate the move towards a more circular industry, we should embrace like a global partnership and learn from each other. We really want to work as a federation with everybody here involved to make sure that this global partnership is really made a permanent fixture of our industry, so that we can quickly transfer experiences and knowledge from one country and another to another. Once the blueprints are there, I really like the work you did in Bangladesh. Then that will get others interested. It's also a competitive issue more and more, I think. So that's also our job, also as IF, to emphasize in our communication with these manufacturer associations that this is something that they need to take very seriously, but also talk together with all of the organizations working on financing and making sure that these changes are actually affordable. We all know that it's tough for manufacturers to face price pressure at the same time as a continuous increase in demand on additional services that they have to deliver. So if you're a pessimist, you would find it very difficult to move, but we're not. I think here we're all optimists, but we have to help that along a little bit and see how in practice manufacturers can make the investments that are necessary. And I like the link with legislation, but because we can sort of create a competition among legislators as well. At least that's what we should try. There's a lot of sort of old-fashioned legislative barriers sometimes to making this a smooth global circular system. And if one country takes them away, that could be a cue for others. It all speaks to making sure that we get together and build something that holds, that stands on a global level. And I really like this meeting and the opportunity to add to that, Christian.
Thank you very much indeed. That's quite clear. Certainly, we're not going to get to the full solution worked out in the short amount of time we have here, but there seems to be a lot of willingness for people to engage to work out exactly what that could look like in different geographies. Talking about a particular geography, could I call upon Andreas Crespi, who can tell us something about the challenges facing or the opportunities or the particular support structures which might be helpful for Italian industry. Andrea, are you there?
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, so we've been talking about, as you know, as to what forms of international cooperation would be able to support a transition to circular economy. We'd be very glad to get your view on that.
Okay. I apologize if you hear a little bit of rumor, but at the moment I am stuck in, we have a textile fair in Milano Unica, quindi I'm not relaxed in my office, quindi I apologize if the environmental is not very silent. Okay, Andrea Crespi, I'm the CEO of Eurojersey, a textile work knit company based in Italy, producing fabric for the sportswear industry, and I am the Vice President of the Sustainable Commission for SME Sistema Moda Italia, quindi representing the company in Italy making fabrics, just to give you a little picture about it. Said that, I was just following a little bit what you said, a couple of thought about it. I think that at the moment there is a massive debate about what is sustainability, what should be done, what is circular. I think that there still be too much ignorance in textile, and we still have a long way to go. Point one, I think that we still have to refine a metric to measure. If we don't measure, and if textile or whatever other business does not measure, we are not capable to understand what's the impact that we are having. Today, PEF, it's what is the guideline that Europe is giving to us, but of course, it's something that need to be refined, which does not include every single aspect of whatever fiber we are talking about, but is for sure something where we have to look at. Why? For a very simple reason. I think that somebody of you has been already said. Textile, it's far behind other business. Today you go and you buy an house, and you buy an house in class A, B, C, D. Same things if you buy a wash machine, same things if you buy a car. Today, if you go and you buy a jacket, beside the fact that maybe it should be rated recycled, which doesn't mean nothing in terms of it's good or not for the environmental. We know the brand, we know where it's done, and we know the composition, but that's not enough. And I think that measurement enable brands to put on the garments whatever should be the impact class that a product says. And if we are not able to measure and communicate that to consumer, will be very difficult to talk about sustainable products. This is linked with what is concerning circularity. Today, we are talking about another big aspect, and also what the European Commission is saying to us, the textile strategy is saying to us, that is talking about circularity. Ladies and gentlemen, I think another question that we have to do it is we want to reduce our impact, then we have to buy less. Point one. Do we want to reduce our impact? We have to develop products that last longer. And that is the reason why there is a very strong message which say Textile Strategy 2030, fast fashion is out of fashion. I think that we have to think about it, this kind of message that has been given, which means that we have to redefine our way of making business. We have to think that if we want to reduce our way of impact and textile, how to drive textile more circular, less impactful, we have to think about it, how we can increase the life of the products, and of course, point one. Point two, massive investment in the industry that we have to do it. If we want to become more sustainable, we have to find way to produce a better product that lasts longer, using less resource. And once we're using less resource, then choosing which are the resource which has a lower impact. Of course, if we become a must, a measurement, then the entire business will be driven to go and to do better, because I think that 90% of what has been said today in textile, it's greenwashing about sustainability. This is the reality. That this is what is my personal thinking. I mean, it's not enough to have a beautiful booth in a fair painted in green, or saying that I have a recycled nylon to say that I'm sustainable. I have to measure and understanding where we are, and then being able to declare what is your impact to try to improve it. Last and not less important, and I hope that I didn't take too much out of your time, I think that we need now to put a lot of money, because circularity, giving a new life to products, required a massive investment. Quindi, I think that either we are talking about natural fiber, which they have an end of use more than end of life, and synthetic fiber, which represent 85% of the total consumption in the world. The chemistry can help, because that with chemical you create, you assembly, you disassembly. And I think that now that is becoming by law the fact that we need to, we cannot throw into landfill garments, because you know exactly what is happening at the moment. The fast fashion is producing 20% more than what is needed. A lot of garments has never been used, and then basically we have a place around the world, in Ghana or under the ocean, where we put 1 million of tons of product, and most of them
if I could break in there because you've made all the points very nicely, that there is a need for change, there's a need for finance, there's a clear need for greater transparency. If we can shift the debate, because we've only got 10 minutes left to crystallize this, and I'll make it open to everyone to work out what could we do at a multilateral level. So particularly in the context of this G20 workshop, various speakers have mentioned that the G20 could be a good forum for bringing together different government actors or private-public partnerships to some degree. I'd be very glad to hear, and we can perhaps go back to you, Del, on this point. What exactly would a good multilateral forum look like to solve one, not all, of the problems which we've now been discussing for the last few hours?
I can. It's obviously a big question, but I can offer a couple of sort of thoughts that emerge. I think one of the things that has been talked about a lot are these various pilots or sometimes demonstrator initiatives, and it would be perhaps interesting to just sort of understand the landscape of geographical pilots and what has been happening. I know there have been some happening, as mentioned, in Bangladesh and perhaps Indonesia and other areas. A bird's eye view of what's happening in pilots and what we're learning from those, in terms of when we take a micro view of the system that we need to design at scale, it strikes me that there's some sort of, interesting, I'm sure each of us individually have heard or read about some of these things, but if we're talking about a multi-stakeholder, multilateral view, it's what do we already know, or what is the what is the sort of consistent insight that's emerging from some of these pilots about the enablers that have led to success? Was it first off identification of sort of barriers to flows of materials or to infrastructure? So I think those are some of the things, like where does investment need to flow first, and having a view based on the existing pilots or emerging pilots. That seems an interesting idea from my perspective. And the other one, I think, just based on some of the great points that Andrea just raised around the materials industry in particular, there's quite a lot of debate over, as I agree with you, so much of the claims around sustainability attributes or sort of pathway to circularity, really, we know are not material at all, and are purely an indicator of brands and businesses recognizing a growing demand from customers and looking to take advantage of that. So how do we fund the right sort of information, or how do multi-stakeholder initiatives enable the flows of capital into getting the sort of information and data and closing the data gaps that exist? And we know that natural fibers, more information is needed about the interconnected role of land use and water, or global scale production and reuse and end of use of natural fibers. And same goes with the more synthetic and even emerging materials that are coming out. There's just such a demand for closing of a lot of those information gaps, which I think is going to allow collective insight onto where to direct investment in future. So I'd be curious to look at some of the initiatives that have funded the closing of information gaps around materials data, and look at how that can be sort of used at scale to put the right sort of incentives in place for industries.
Thank you very much, Del. That's very useful. Andrea, if we've got one person more who wants to speak from the floor, just put in a comment there. So Valerie Boitend, would you like to say something? And in the meantime, Mr. Bingzu, could you turn off your microphone? Excellent. Thank you very much. Valerie,
yes,
put in a comment.
Thank you very much. Thank you for letting me in at such short notice. I know we're running towards the end of this event. Indeed, I just wanted to highlight, I think it's so crucial, and we heard this point being made earlier, that we just need to get started. We know what a circular economy looks like ideally. We know those three core principles. We need to eliminate waste and pollution. We need to circulate our products and materials. We need to regenerate our natural systems. But then to do that in practice, it's just so crucial to get going, to get started, and to perhaps select one specific product that you can look at. We are trying to do that at the moment in the case of jeans. So we launched a project called the Jeans Redesign. We have 100 companies at the moment involved in this project. And in practice, as I was saying, so at the moment we have 500,000 pairs of redesigned jeans on the market. That is just a pilot, it's just a starting point, but it does show us, and it tells us where the barriers are, how real those barriers are, and also how they're actually felt equally across the industry, across the value chain. We discussed many of those barriers today. They relate to the limited supply of recycled content, specifically for cotton, for example, but also the limited supply of cotton that is produced in a way that regenerates our natural system, because we hardly have a common understanding of that. So getting started on one product level is crucial, and I think this is the sort of voluntary commitments that then can help build the momentum for policy action to come in, because it provides a starting point, in terms of where we need to direct financial investments, basically in terms of research, in terms of innovation, but also it can provide a starting point if we move towards product policies, towards eco-design criteria, and so on, that we have a place to start from. So I just wanted to share a bit from our experience. Thank you.
Are you muted, Christian?
That's a finger failure as I tried to press the button, but it didn't work. Thank you. So as we move towards the end of this workshop, there's been a huge amount of information which is provided, and I'm in the tricky position of trying to work out what this might all mean in the context of supporting the G20 Resource Efficiency Dialogue Roadmap, which is a set of actions which bring together different policymakers to support in many different ways international exchange. It can be international exchange that's purely intergovernmental. It can also bring in different public-private actions or recommend projects which might go forward. The roadmap's quite flexible in this regard. Would anyone out there be willing to help me out to try to frame a conclusion of this workshop in terms of what governments could do collectively to move forward? I mean, Adele, you've been very good at already setting out 2 areas of particular action, which is very helpful. Are there any more comments out there? Not yet. There's one comment in the chat saying that it would be useful to map out all national regulators, and yes, Maria Teresa.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, building on what perhaps was just posted on the chat, I wanted to emphasize, this need of alignment, building alignment and coherence, which is a strong demand from the industry. I mean, we heard today a lot about best practices and regions and countries that are leading on the policy and regulatory action, but I think there is a need to have, a global mapping on these policy regulatory efforts, and this would be especially beneficial to, let's say, emerging economies. We traveled to Uzbekistan, to Egypt, to Chile, Peru. I mean, we have done that recently. There is a need to understand what are the requirements for these countries to connect to regional and global value chains, to understand how they can meet the sustainability and circularity demand that is in policy and regulatory actions for their exporting markets. So a global kind of map or clearinghouse mapping out these policy regulatory efforts, I think it would be interesting. It's something that at the UN, UNEC, we have started, and a platform like this one would be like a place where we could take this effort forward. Trade agreements and the sustainability chapters of trade agreements are something that is coming up very strongly. Also a map on sustainability requirements for trade exchanges. It's also something that I think would be interesting for the industry, for exporters to get.
Thank you very much, Maria Teresa. One thing which I'll do on my side is try to bring together the content that we've heard today in terms of all of the issues which are on the table, and condense those into a readable report which summarizes some of these, including the opinions about what might be useful going forward. I'm afraid that's pretty much all the time that we have for the debate. Clearly, we can't get to all of the issues which are on the table or hear from everybody. There are many different loose ends to tie up. I'm going to have a go at a 3-minute summary of what we've talked about so far, and then we'll have closing comments from each of the 3 co-hosts. To start at the beginning of the workshop, we had various presentations from the co-hosts and from Maria Rincon and from Hendrik Magnus that really emphasized that there is a massive change that needs to take place, and that there's a massive change which is taking place. And this is going to have extremely significant implications all across the value chains for the textile and fashion sector. And these changes may be affordable, may lead to different business models, different ways of consumer purchasing. There seem to be indications that consumers are willing to change, but the regulation and policy frameworks play a key role both in changing the consumer market or reinforcing more circular business models, and also for setting up the conditions which would allow supply chains and value chains, if we're talking about the end of life phase, to adapt and develop the infrastructures and interconnections which would be necessary to go forward. So there are opportunities there, but because it seems to be a complex system change, there certainly is a great need for supportive actions. We've heard from a number of speakers both about needs for firms, the opportunities for firms, and there we can refer back to what Basri said, for instance. There's a particular need around transparency and better data. We've had 2 or more speakers talking about various aspects of what is needed around transparency and data. I'll come back to that later. In terms of supportive actions, it seems we could put them at different scales. So there is the need for a national action or pilot projects at a national level. Basri also mentioned the potential need for a circular hub to help, and I think Andrea at this point as well, to help people understand what circularity is and what that means, and to make connections between the bigger firms in a region or a country and the smaller firms, or to enable a discourse between policymakers and the private sector about, and finance, about what could be necessary in any of the locations. Then, in the same way that has been going to be taken forward by the Global Circular Fashion Forum, regional or trans-regional exchanges about specific experience, best practice, lessons learned on taking forward certain aspects of the circular economy would be very useful. It's a very big change. We've heard too that it may make sense to move different bits forward at different stages. So it could be that starting with post-industrial textile waste to support the growth of a scaled-up recycling industry may also be a way to promote an industry for post-consumer recycling waste. And then at various points we've heard how global exchanges and the need for greater connectivity and interactions between brands and retailers, consumer markets and producers and suppliers, how there's a need for clearer signals throughout the value chain and greater exchange, for example, taking one concrete example, of how products could be designed for circularity in a way which enables them to be successfully marketed in consumer countries, but successfully produced within the scope of economic boundaries in producer countries. And then we move on to areas where there's a need for multilateral action, whether that's public-public or public-private. And there we have particularly a focus around transparency and the setting of standards and the identification both of the key pieces of information to start with and the norms and practices which would allow to ease the burden of reporting or audit exchange or information exchange throughout the value chain by getting agreement or consensus around which data points to report and how those could be reported. And that also plays a key role in making decisions about circular design or rewarding better practice or better material production. The good news is that there are various different initiatives which have gone forward in different parts of the world, either at multilateral level like HIG or the UNECE work, or in particular countries or regions like the Bangladesh project. There is a clear call to have a look at all of those and to see how they fit together and what structures might enable future exchange to go forward. There's a lot more to say on this, and I'll do my best to summarize in a report. If you have any comments, please do put those on the chat or get in touch with me after this event. The stream will stay on YouTube, the report within a couple of weeks or sooner, if possible, will go up on the European Commission website and be distributed. So thank you from my side for everyone's participation. And now I'd like to pass over to the co-hosts for their final words about what they consider to be some key points of what's heard, and to round up. And in that respect, please could I pass over to Ante Ungu from Cadin. Are you online? And so I should introduce you properly as the Vice Chairman of the Indonesian Chambers of Commerce and Industry on themes of environment and forestry. Thank you very much for your participation and support so far in this workshop.
Thank you, Christian. Can you hear me? I follow the discussion, is very interesting. And of course, Indonesian Chambers of Commerce, we are very happy to co-host this fruitful event. In Indonesia, we are preparing the G20, as you know, and Indonesian Chambers of Commerce have changed to lead the B20. So I think we can continue what we're talking tonight in Indonesia, sorry, in the morning and the evening in the other place. And if possible, maybe we push several ideas from this discussion, become a shoot for even B20 or G20. From our side, we will communicate with our government from this event and what interesting idea come up. For example, like circular fashion hub or sustainable fashion hub or something like that, become a legacy for Indonesia presidency. We hope we can push that. And in Kadin, Indonesia Chambers of Commerce, we are, I think we try to do our best in terms of the sustainability issue. Kadin just launched Net Zero Hub. This hub is, the aim of this hub is facilitate our member become of net zero company, and part of Net Zero Hub, we have a regenerative forest business hub. We want to make sure we have a good management of our land forest. And one part important is how to develop the natural fabric. As you know, Indonesian government have a social forestry program, and our government give land for the people, for the farmers, 12 million hectares. So this is the chance for us now in business to doing together with farmers, indigenous people in Indonesia, to do the best, not only for food, but also for fabric, natural fabric, and so on. So thank you once again for Christian, for very helpful moderators, and thank you for all speakers. Very fruitful event, and Kadin once again want to push one thing or second thing to our government, maybe can bring to the as a legacy for Indonesian presidency in G20 next November. Thank you very much. Good night. Good evening. Good morning. Thank you, Christian.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ungul. On behalf of the Italian government, so last year's G20 presidency and part of the G20 Troika, therefore, could I pass over to Mr. Carlo Zaghi, who is Head of Waste and Extended Producer Responsibility in the Circular Economy Directorate of the Italian Ministry for Ecological Transition.
Thank you very much. Could you hear me? Could you hear me?
We can, yes.
Yes, we
Thank
can.
you very much. Good morning and good afternoon, and Good evening to everybody. I'm extremely pleased to have been with you today in this very interesting workshop. Allow me to thank the G20 Indonesian presidency and the EU colleagues Astrid Schumacher, Luca Marmo, and Christian Hudson that worked with us. I would also to thank the distinguished speakers, delegations, and all participants for their excellent presentation and fruitful interactions on how to move towards circular fashion. Italy, as you know, attaches great importance to this topic, and it is fully engaged in the G20 Roadmap Resource Efficiency 2021-2023 with the aim at identifying possible actions to help the fashion industry become more resource efficient, circular, and decarbonized. Allow me to highlight and summarize some points raised today that we believe are particularly relevant. First, the need for looking at a coherent policy mix of regulatory and economic measures, such as design requirements for textile and extended producer responsibility, beside to more profitable reuse and repair services. Second, the importance of working upstream and downstream along the whole value chain of textile and fashion. Third, the sustainability challenges and uncertainty of the primary material supply can stimulate the shift towards a more resource efficient and circular economy. The reduction, moreover, the reduction of unintentional release of microplastics, the increase of recyclability of fibers and possible mandatory recycled fiber content can play an important role. Other elements that I would like to outline is the role of the green public procurement as a market lever, as the need to assure social rights respect and tackle greenwashing. Finally, the issue of transparency and traceability of the value chain, data disclosure by companies, global interoperability and coherence, digital product passport for textile. We don't forget the essential role of the collaboration of the public-private partnership. Today's seminar is extremely significant because international experiences and exchanges can be also fundamental to feed and inspire our national activities. Please allow me to end by saying that circular fashion can stimulate both new innovative integrated policy measures as well as new business models to foster economic recovery and help to face our common interconnected environment, social and climate challenges. Finally, I would like to thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zaki. Then the final word, and unless I end up jumping in to give a final word, will be on behalf of the EU, Luca Marmo, a senior expert on external relations and also the G7 and the G20 coordinator from the Environment Directorate General of the European Commission. Luca.
Thank you to all participants. Quite a few out from today's discussions, but a few to share with you. Mrs. Kandani, so the B20 Vice Chair, and collaborate. 3 key words. Basri, otherwise we will be left behind. So industry taking the lead. From Turkey, how are we going to make the transition in practice? So apart from the bigger scheme of things, we also need to become practical. And another article is from Fitrian, establish pilot projects to connect manufacturer with supplier. The value chain is moved towards sustainability. Very strong from Sistema Moda Italia, very strong transparency and for green. Not to greenwashing, but as goods that can demonstrate performance. And finally, Onte mentioning this idea of the circular fashion legacy of the Indonesian presidency. So, stimulus and elements we will put together in the report, but we will also, in cooperation with our colleagues, bring on the table of the discussion towards the G20 environment and the 31st of August, and as Onte mentioned in November. The event by the is part of the implementation of the G20 Resource Efficiency Dialogue Roadmap for sustainable and circular use of tech is part of the work that members have agreed to. We have provided this step in our path towards more.
Okay, if I could interrupt you for a second, if you could turn off your camera, we may be able to hear you better as the line is breaking up slightly.
Okay. I was about to conclude anyway, just to thank all the speakers, all the participants, to thank Laura D'Aprile, Benedetta Dell'Anno, and all the Italian colleagues who have worked behind the scenes. Mrs. Kandani, Basri Kamba, and Oscar from Kadin. You, Christian, but also Handan Yavuts and all the GIZ colleagues who have made this event possible. And I just finish with a little commercial. Tomorrow, same time, same channel, in a way, we are going to organize a workshop on circular design. So many of the topics that have emerged in today's discussion, like product passport, information along the value chain, like sustainability criteria, like design aspects, will be part of tomorrow's discussions, which will not focus on textile, but will have a broader focus. So if you are interested, you can register by Googling on the European Commission website under Circular Workshop. Thank you very much.
And on behalf of me as facilitator, thank you very much all for attending. It's been a pleasure, and hopefully we'll see you, or some of you, tomorrow for the Circular Design Workshop.
Thanks so much.